When Death Loved an Angel. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Death smiled his only smile, a full twist of the lips that raised one corner slightly, giving him a boyish-looking charm that never failed to bring whatever woman he used it upon to his side. What they didn't notice was that his smile never touched his cold gray eyes that had seen so much heartache they no longer reflected emotion, eyes that matched the lack of heartbeat from his chest. His lungs filled and released, not because he required breath, but because he found that not breathing occasionally drew alarm from those he beckoned forward. Death had long ago learned that the moments he lived were more successful if he remembered to imitate his prey. She came to his side as he had known she would. She gave him what she thought was a seductive smile, wrongly assuming she still had some say in the way the evening unfolded. Death put a hand on her back, guiding her toward the door. He stifled a sigh at the touch of red silk beneath his fingers and the brush of her store-bought blonde hair against the back of his hand. Funny how silk could make his stomach turn over when he used to look forward to the moments of feeling after his list was done. He opened the door for her. The girl looked at him in surprise. Apparently, the gesture made her wonder about his character. Ironic how a look of lust could bring her to his side, but a simple act of chivalry filled her with doubt. He was never chivalrous. Strange that such an impulse had come to him. He noted that it was better to be rude and not raise suspicion than remember some rare courtesy of the past and have his character questioned. It was well beyond questioning. He was Death, after all. He took a deep breath outside Stumble Inn. The name was what drew him to the bar most nights. He appreciated a good sense of irony. The air was dank and scented by the garbage in the trash can that overflowed into the alley. Something close to a hint of rain lingered in the air, but it also could have been the dull tang of exhaust from the taxis that limped down the street, or the tenacious odor of vomit on the sidewalk that refused to wash away with the bucket of dirty water Polly the bouncer poured on it. Others complained of the quality of the city air, but after a day and a half, the night spent without the use of senses, Death even appreciated the way the vile stench adhered to his nostrils, like a druggie clinging to the number of his provider. The smile touched his face. "Looking forward to our time together?" the woman asked, mistaking the look. Death fought back the impulse to open the door to the bar again and take the girl back inside. That would have been true chivalry. His smile twisted, and dark humor at his own black thoughts turned his gray gaze malevolent. "Certainly." He started off down the sidewalk, leaving the woman to pick her own way across the cracks and heels that would have put a giraffe to shame. He was grateful to breathe in only the night air for a moment. Her perfume was heavy enough to drown them both and a few cats besides. A thought rose that had begun to tickle the back of his mind with increasing frequency. Why did he bother? If he couldn't stand the women who followed him back to the small apartment he kept for the hour or so a night that was his, why did he do it? And he thought the living had bad habits. He snorted to himself and turned down the next block. The staccato sound of pegs on cement followed him relentlessly, smashing any hopes that he might have lost her. He waited long enough for her to catch the main door, then made his way to stairs that had probably never been cleaned. In fact, he wouldn't have been surprised to learn that the tightwad landlord installed already dirty carpet when he bought the place. "How far up are you?" the woman whined in a voice any bobcat would be proud of. "The top," Death answered, and was inordinately pleased with the huff of disgust that met his reply. The woman took off her shoes and followed him up, muttering under her breath that it would have been easier to seduce the guy missing 2 front teeth at the table closest to the bar. Death pretended to fumble with his keys. Reluctance filled him to enter the tiny apartment. He gave in and opened the door, motioning for the woman to enter. An hour later, Death lay alone once more on his bed atop the covers, staring at the glass-inlaid ceiling. Clouds lazed across the light-polluted sky. He knew there were stars out there, and even thought he saw one once in a while, but knew deep down they were satellites, wished upon by 1,000 kids each night. He knew because he had heard them, listened to the ones who asked for their parents or siblings to be healed in the same moment that he came to steal them away. Wishes on satellites never worked. He didn't know about the stars. The woman had been surprised at her enjoyment of their time together, but didn't bother to conceal her dismay when he sent her out the door after he grew bored of her. He heard her expletives all the way down the stairs and wondered if he should have mentioned that, since they were in the roughest part of the city, it would be better not to draw too much attention. The cynical side of him, which was just him in general, thought maybe he would see her name on the list the next morning, if he had bothered to ask her name in the first place. His senses faded, as they did at the end of his time each night. He had stopped pining after their loss long ago. They came back when the list was done. Usually, he got just over an hour if he used his time at night. Day drained the time faster. Death preferred night. He was stronger, could work faster, and generally just enjoyed the way darkness felt. He preferred the absence of the sun and the freedom it gave him. That was why he took more than 2/3 of his list at night, and why the living feared the darkness. If he gave a bit of his time to send a shiver down someone's spine, or create a stir in the darkness that made the living jump, well, one had to find the humor in every situation. He closed his eyes. Sunrise would bring a new list. A mere blink, and it was there. Death did not dream. Time merely lapsed to the point that he was needed again. He lifted his arm and glanced at the list of names written there. A new list, every day a new set of souls to be taken to the gateway. He didn't know how the names came to be there or who compiled them. He didn't ask because there was no one to answer. He rose and left the run-down apartment, taking the long walk across the city he knew well enough to cross blindfolded. No shadow fell before him to warn others of his passage. Usually, he stepped around the few thugs or streetwalkers who claimed the sidewalks that early in the morning. But once in a while, he crossed into the path of someone who looked like they needed a good shake. He closed his eyes when they walked through him, heard the gasp of fear contact with him brought, and smiled when they looked back, but couldn't see whatever it was that made the hair rise on the back of their neck, and turned the air a few degrees colder. He felt better with the sound of their fear echoing in his ears. His footsteps quickened, and he paid closer attention to the way the first name on the list throbbed when he drew closer to his target. He turned a block and followed the edge of a red brick building left through the alley, grateful he couldn't feel the garbage that rotted beneath his feet. When he neared the alley's end, it wasn't hard to spot the person who brought him there. She was huddled in the corner between 2 torn black bags of trash and a washing machine that looked as though rust was holding it together. White covered her nose and chin to match her mitten and the discarded plastic bags at her feet. Her eyes were clouded and breath shallow. She wouldn't have noticed a fire engine racing up to her with its lights and sirens at full bore. She had given up long ago. Death knelt in front of her and held out a hand. She didn't even notice. He stifled a sigh and touched her shoulder. She jerked and turned to look at him. Her eyes suddenly cleared and widened with fear. She gave a little shake of her head. He nodded, though it didn't matter. He had touched her. There was no going back. Her shoulders shook a little, then she closed her eyes in acceptance. Her head leaned back and rolled slightly to the side. Death projected his thoughts into her mind, showing her soul the way to the gates. He wasn't sure what would happen when she reached them. His job was to show her the way. It was up to her if she chose to linger like some souls did, haunting the place of their passing as though they felt like there was something left to do. But the list was clear. When a name was on it, their time was up. Death rose and turned away from the body, a shell no longer filled by the soul that had once sent a glow of warmth through the eyes and softened the mouth with a smile. A small part of him hoped she had indeed smiled in her life. Somebody probably loved her somewhere. She shouldn't have died alone. He shied away from the thought. It didn't matter, and there was no place for that sort of thinking in his job. He took souls from their bodies, killing them. There was no time for softness or wishes for those who died. He pushed the thought of her solitary body far from his mind and stalked from the alley, anxious to get on with the list. Death lingered for no one. Gregan Parker, the next name on the list. Death followed the tingle along his arm to the city hospital he had visited so many times he lost count. He walked through the doors without needing to open them, and a hush fell over the building as it did every time he entered. It was as though the living inside knew of his presence and waited with abated breaths in case it was their names on his list. He wondered if he imagined the sighs of relief when he passed each room down the ICU hall. A smile twisted his lips at the thought. He would be back for some of them. Most of them. He snorted. He would be back for all of them because everybody died eventually. "Diablo," someone whispered when he passed a dim room. The glow of a television on the wall and the beeping machines were the only light. The sound on the television was turned off. Intrigued, Death stepped into the room. The flickering of the television illuminated a tiny woman dwarfed by her hospital bed. Her eyes met his with an intensity that belied the weakness of her age-shriveled body. Surprised, his smile deepened. "I'm not the devil," he said. He didn't know why he bothered to speak. No one ever answered. He doubted she even really saw him. She probably just stared in his direction by chance. A warmth ran up his spine, whispering otherwise. "You're the devil to this place for sure," the woman said in a quiet voice, her weathered blue eyes never leaving his. "I am a rescuer from pain," he replied. She snorted and clutched the bars of her bed hard enough that the veins in her hands showed in stark contrast through her paper-thin skin. "You're a soul snatcher, a thief." He decided to humor her. "Somebody's gotta do it." "Do they?" she challenged. "Of course," he replied with a chuckle. Her eyes narrowed, pinning him with the ferocity of her gaze. "You better not come for me, Diablo. I will never be ready for you." "Someday," he reassured her. His tone took on a hint of menace. "I will come for you, whether you are ready or not." She pulled herself up to a sitting position, showing more strength than she looked like she had. Her face was inches from Death's. "I don't fear you." He lifted his hand, an impulse brought by the challenge in her voice. He could touch her, take her away. He knew he could do it. Her eyes bored into his, daring and refuting him at the same time. He had never taken anyone who wasn't on the list. He didn't know what would happen if he did. He hesitated for the first time in his existence, torn by his own impulses and the need to follow the list. He had never failed to complete the list. He let his hand fall back to his side. The old woman saw it in a blur of shadows. She gave a satisfied nod. "Even you have rules to follow, Reaper." "Just the same, I might come back for you yet," he warned. He turned away, unsettled. She shouldn't have been able to see him, let alone talk to him. She had called him devil before he was even within view, if the figure of smoke and darkness that made up his form could be considered viewable. Very seldom had he been seen by the living, and on those occasions it was by those on the verge of crossing over. Perhaps her name would be on his list the next day. The thought made him feel both pleased and more troubled. He pushed down the hall, following the throbbing of the name on his arm to the emergency room around the corner. The throbbing became persistent, and he paused at the door of an operating room. Inside, a doctor gave orders to several nurses. Blood covered his gloved hands, and he held two silver instruments over a chest that looked as though it had been torn open by a lion. Another doctor worked quickly at the patient's head, fastening staples down a gap in his skull. Death passed through the door and neared Gregan Parker's body. He was on the verge of dying, to be sure. Large amounts of blood covered both the patient and the doctors. Nurses were quickly running an IV, but it was too late. Death stretched out his hand, ready to take one more name from his list. "You will not take him!" a voice shouted. Death paused, his fingers inches from the man's arm. That was the second time in one day someone had spoken directly to him. He turned his head, almost expecting to see the old woman from the other room. He was unprepared for what met his gaze instead. A pair of defiant green eyes stared into his own. A myriad of emotions ran through them, a mixture of boldness, sorrow, passion, love, and courage. His breath caught in his throat. His breath never caught in his throat. He took a step back and saw her fully, a golden-haired, green-eyed woman with one hand on a doctor's shoulder and another reaching for Death's own arm. He took another step back, careful to stay out of reach. No one ever touched Death. "You will not take him," she repeated. He realized that she was a guardian angel. Gregan Parker's guardian angel. He had met many guardian angels. They followed the living, guiding them with tiny whispers, helping them through the darkest parts of the night or past the tiny mishaps that could snowball into a catastrophe. Some of the living rejected their guardians by not paying heed to the little whispers. Death saw many of these much earlier than if they had listened. However, when the living they guarded appeared on his list, most knew to step away. There were a few words, but brief. The list was bigger than any of them. Yet here she stood, her body between Death and the man from his list. The fierce emotion in the angel's eyes made his heart stutter. His heart? He put a hand on his chest to be sure. There it was, a small thump, thump, where none had ever been before. He could only stare at her in amazement. "He is my responsibility," she said, pleading for him to understand. Something else showed in her gaze, something deeper. Death nodded, unable to think past the unfamiliar pounding in his chest. She gave him a searching look, mistaking his nod. When he didn't move, she turned back to the doctor. She whispered something in his ear. The doctor bent his head and checked his work. He barked a command to a nurse and quickly adjusted a clamp, slowing the flow of blood. Death watched as the guardian angel moved around the room, her feet never touching the ground. Angels had more substance than he did. Made up mostly of darkness and shadows, during the time he wasn't in his living form, only his cold gray eyes remained the same, hooded and cloaked in obscurity that he pulled closer in defense against the unknown that assailed him in the angel's presence. Her form was mostly complete, her arms and legs pale against her peach-colored dress. In every book Death had seen, angels were always portrayed in white. Yet the guardians, he knew, wore whatever color they liked. Peach suited this angel very well. Her golden hair flowed against her back like a sunrise dancing on water. Her eyes were a sharp contrast to the pale colors. They sparkled and shone, taking in everything that was happening in the room. Occasionally they shifted to him, pinning him to the floor and daring him to move at the same time. Death could only watch. Eventually, the beeping of the monitor slowed, and the frantic movements in the room became more controlled and at ease. "He's stable for now," the doctor stated for one of his nurses to write down. "I don't know how," the other doctor said with a shake of his head. "With injuries like these, I don't know how he's still alive." The angel's eyes flickered once more to Death's. He watched them wheel Gregan Parker through the door to the ICU. The angel's brow creased, her gaze holding him as though she didn't know what to make of him. She finally left through the door without needing to open it. Two words hovered behind her, coloring the air with their uncertainty: "Thank you," she said so softly, Death barely heard it. He stood there for much longer than he should have. He had a list to complete, his job to fulfill. He would gain his hour when the list was done, an hour with senses and a body. Somehow, cavorting with women he met at the bar just didn't have the same appeal as before. His heart slowed, then stopped beating. He put a hand to his chest just to be sure. The thumping was gone. He let out a slow, unnecessary breath. It felt as though the occasion called for something like that, some sort of release, so he could escape the hold her gaze had placed on him. He crossed through the door and watched down the hallway for several minutes. When he left the hospital, it was at a much faster pace than he usually traveled. He told himself it was because he was behind on the list, but his thoughts lingered in the room. He wondered why it felt so wrong to have his heart still when it had been so his whole existence. Chapter 2. Angel. It wasn't every day a guardian angel stared into the face of death. She had no illusions about the gray-eyed shadow man who had reached out a hand to touch Gregan, her Gregan. She chased her thoughts away and set a hand gently on Gregan's chest, willing the wounds to heal and his eyes to open. If only the will of a guardian angel truly could do such things. As it was, she was left to wait. Nyra pushed back the guilt that filled her. It weighed her down, holding her with the force of her regret. Why hadn't Gregan listened to her? He had never dismissed her promptings so casually before. Even when she yelled at him, raising her voice for the first time since being assigned his guardian, he had walked on as though he didn't hear. Now, here she was, left staring at his battered body. His beautiful blue eyes were closed, and she didn't know if they would ever open again. His family had no way of knowing where he was. He had left the apartment without his wallet or cell phone, two things he never forgot. Luckily, they had found the receipt in his pocket from the ring he bought. It would be quick work for them to call the number of the store and find out his information. Nyra tried to forget the way the ring sparkled in the light that streamed through the pawn shop window. Little rainbow rays had glittered from the diamond, dancing on Gregan's face and lighting his smile. Anyone who had seen it would have known that the ring was perfect. Gregan paid the hard-earned cash with a smile. He had no doubts, and without the promptings, Nyra had been unable to do anything about it. A low bell sounded. No one in the hospital heard it except the few angels watching over those they guarded. Nyra tried to smile at the sound. It usually filled her with warmth. This time, she felt only uneasiness. "Goodbye, Gregan," she whispered, even though he couldn't hear her. "I'll be back." She allowed her body to be pulled through the wall toward the place of accounting. Other guardian angels floated along around her. Hundreds of them tugged gently to account for their deeds in one of the most beautiful places Nyra had ever seen. For as far back as she could remember, she had always looked forward to her daily visit to the place of accounting. Its golden walls, chairs of twisted burnished white metal padded with downy cushions, and books held open by young angels with quilled pens, inked and ready for writing, felt like the most peaceful place in the world to her. Yet this time, she went with a hint of dread. "Welcome, Guardian Nyra," the young boy with golden curls said. He smiled up at her as she took a seat, his blue eyes bright and filled with excitement. "How was your day?" She usually regaled him with tales of city streets, subways, libraries, or convenience stores, but today she had little enthusiasm for such stories. "A bit difficult," she admitted. He nodded, his eyes far more knowing than his smile let on. "Sometimes that happens. Let me find your page." She watched as he flipped through the book. There were millions of pages in each book on the desks around them. The sheets were so fine they looked like gossamer wings in the light of the sunset that filled the room. The young angel in front of her frowned just a tiny bit and continued searching through the pages. "This can't be right," he said to himself. "What can't?" Nyra asked, trepidation filling her. He looked up as if startled he had spoken aloud. "It must be me, Guardian Nyra. I can't seem to find the right page. This has never happened to me before." He cleared his throat uncomfortably and glanced at the line of angels that spread out behind her, patiently waiting their turn. It, uh, it must be here." Nyra fought back the urge to bite her lip. She wouldn't feel it, and the gesture would only let the young angel know how uncomfortable she was. "Perhaps, he lowered his voice to a whisper. "Maybe you could tell me about your day?" His blue gaze was pleading. He didn't want to fail her. His cheeks were touched with a brush of red embarrassment at being unable to find her place in the book. A glance to the right showed a few angels drifting to another line. Nyra swallowed her fear. Well? She looked behind her to make sure none of the angels were within hearing. Guardian Teelan smiled back at her, his expression warm and kind. Guardian Larissa spoke to Guardian Stray. None of them seemed to care about the delay she was causing. She turned back to the young angel and whispered, "I asked Death not to take Gregan." The young angel's mouth fell open. He stopped searching through the book. "You're not supposed to do that," he said loudly. Angels from every desk looked at them. Nyra fought to keep her expression calm and happy as she replied in another whisper, "I know. Now what?" The young angel shrugged uncertainly. "I'm not sure." He looked at the other angels again. They had already turned away. "Maybe come back tomorrow?" Nyra nodded. The angel gave her a hopeful smile and motioned for Guardian Teelan to step forward. Nyra wandered away, unsure where she was supposed to go. Guardian Camissa stopped her before she could leave the place of accounting. Nyra held in a sigh. "It frustrates me when Zachary ignores my promptings completely," the angel said. "I tell him not to put an egg in the microwave. He does it anyway, and it explodes. I tell him not to cut his sister's hair. He does it anyway, and his mother has a meltdown. I don't know how much longer I can keep up with this boy." Nyra gave the angel what she hoped was a cheerful smile. "Hang in there, Camissa. He's going to be president someday. He needs you." "I know," the angel replied. "I'm just not sure if I'll survive to see his election." "Well, we'll see if my Elizabeth can stop running around with boys long enough to get interested in chemistry," Guardian Sue Ellen cut in. "She won't be curing anything if I can't get her nose in a book." "Hang in there, Guardians," Guardian Wyland told the pair. "When Garrison got married, he settled down, and now the worst I have to watch out for now is the pair of dogs that tries to chase him on his run in the mornings, and that one drunk driver he was lucky to avoid. It'll all work out, trust me." A shiver went through Nyra at the mention of a drunk driver. She excused herself from the trio and left the place of accounting as quickly as she could. Chapter 3. Death. Death stared at the name left on his arm. He had completed the rest of the list, giving their souls the directions to the gateway. Yet one remained. Gregan Parker's name made his arm itch. He scratched it and then stared at his fingers. He thought that since the list wasn't complete, he wouldn't get his body. Yet in the hour before sunrise, he could feel his fingers on his arm. He stood and made his way to the tiny bathroom in the rundown apartment. A big crack ran down the glass, cutting his reflection in two. He stared at himself, his gray eyes puzzled. He pushed a lock of black hair from his eyes. It was long because he never bothered to cut it. With an hour in living form at most, he cared little about such things. He straightened the gray-colored shirt and black dress jacket he wore. He didn't know why he became living in the same outfit every night. Apparently, Death was meant to dress like he just got through with a business meeting. It was a bit ironic. He walked slowly down the stairs. The echo of his footsteps reminded him of his heartbeat. He picked up his pace and rushed to the door. He almost forgot and ran into it, remembering at the last minute that he had to push the door open when he was in his living form. He paused on the sidewalk, debating whether to head to the bar. For some strange reason, he began walking in the other direction. Though he had finished the list later than usual, there were still a few people out on the street. A man dressed in an overcoat with well-polished brown shoes bumped into him. The man turned and stared. Death lifted an eyebrow. The man hurried quickly down the sidewalk as though pursued by ghosts. Death wanted to smile, but something kept the expression from his face. He entered the hospital and followed the sign to the ICU. It was much more difficult without the name guiding him. Though it was still tattooed on his arm hidden beneath his black jacket, it remained still instead of throbbing when he neared the recovering room. All was quiet in the hospital. A lull had occurred in the usually rushed night, and the doctors and nurses were taking advantage of a much-needed break. Death paused at the front desk and asked for directions to Gregan Parker's room. The nurse questioned his relationship to the patient. "Brother," he replied. He looked deep into the nurse's brown eyes, willing her to believe. When she hesitated, he cracked his smile, the smile they all followed without question. She nodded. "Room 115, down the hall to the right." He walked quickly, ignoring the sound of his footsteps. As he neared the room, though, he began to wonder about his motives. He couldn't finish his job in living form. Well, he could, but things tended to get messy that way. He rubbed the back of his neck, then stared at his hand. Uncertain gestures weren't part of his repertoire. He shook his head and turned to enter the room. He ran straight into the closed door. He swore silently and put a hand on the cold doorknob. The metal was smooth beneath his fingers. He turned the knob and pushed the door open. He paused just inside the room. She was there, her form bright in the corner. She looked less substantial than she had when he was in his normal form. Unsure of what to say to her, he crossed slowly to Gregan Parker's side. "Who are you?" the angel asked. When he didn't answer, she continued. "He must be some relative or they wouldn't have let him in. But I've never seen him before. I should have seen him before." She didn't know he could see her. The normal living couldn't see guardian angels, even those they guarded. Death refrained from staring at her, though the only thing he wanted to do was look at her face again. He stood in silence, wondering what to do next. His feet had brought him there. Now all they wanted to do was turn around and leave. He sat down on a chair beside the bed and reminded himself to breathe so that she didn't grow suspicious. He forced his attention to the man in the bed. Gregan looked a lot younger than he had in the operating room. Without the oxygen mask and the gaping hole in his chest, it was obvious he was barely in his 20s. A hint of stubble showed on the cheeks that were hollow and drawn, pale from blood loss. Death wondered how the man's heart was still beating. The voice in the back of his mind reminded him that it was because he had failed to do his job. "He should have listened," the angel whispered. "He always listened to me. Why not now?" Death risked a glance in her direction. Her head was bowed and her shoulders shook. A glimmer of moisture caught on her cheek. Death had never seen an angel cry. He had seen plenty of tears in his lifetime, to the point that he barely noticed them anymore. Yet her tears were different. The tears of the angel tore at his heart as though they flowed from within him. He stifled a gasp and pressed a hand to his chest. His heart gave a painful, loud beat before falling into a steady rhythm. "I'm so sorry," the angel whispered, mistaking his shock for pain at Gregan's condition. "You couldn't have done anything to save him," Death replied before he could stop himself. Silence filled the room. He looked up to see the angel staring at him. "You can see me?" she asked in a voice just above a whisper. He thought quickly. I, uh, I've seen angels since I was little. He had heard of such instances, few and far in between. He hoped she bought it. She moved closer, her golden hair flowing around her like a halo. She opened her mouth, then hesitated. Death gave her a reassuring smile, surprised his mouth knew how to form such a thing. It's all right. If I told anyone about you, they wouldn't believe me anyway. He made a show of looking around. I'm sure this hospital has a psychiatric ward. I could inquire beforehand. That brought a smile to her lips. Just a hint, but it was enough to make his freshly beating heart skip a beat. He put a hand to his chest again, amazed at the feeling. Are you all right? She asked, moving closer to him. He jerked back so fast the chair fell over. He scrambled to his feet and righted it, then stood behind it as though it was a shield from her. She was an angel. He was death. Who knew what would happen if she touched him? Could he kill an angel? His touch never killed anyone when he was in his living form, and he had only touched those on his list when he wasn't living, but he didn't dare to take chances. I've got to go, he said quickly. Don't go. Her pleading voice caught him by the door. He hesitated with one foot out. It would be so easy to continue as though he hadn't heard her. He could leave and never look back, pretend that it was all a dream, even though death didn't dream. He could finish Gregan Parker in the morning with the hope that he might catch the man alone without his angel. He glanced over his shoulder. The thought of entering the room without the angel present nearly broke his heart. He rubbed the back of his neck, unsure what was happening to him. 2 days in the angel's presence, and he was a wreck, a softy. You don't have to go, the angel said. There was understanding in her voice. I'll leave so you can be alone with Gregan. I don't want to be alone with him, Death replied too quickly. At her curious look, he hurried on. It's hard to see he swallowed, brother in this condition. I could use some company. If you're sure, she said. He nodded and forced himself to walk slowly back to the seat by the bed. He frowned at the man lying on the sheets. He's not very old. A monitor beeped softly beside Gregan, and a machine forced air into his lungs. He was motionless, caught between the living and the dead. Death felt a twinge of guilt. The angel sighed. He's foolhardy. He always liked to take risks, Death guessed. The angel's eyebrows rose. Since I've been his guardian, he's been very sensible. He's always been the seatbelt on, walk on the crosswalk type. Her eyes held questions Death wasn't prepared to answer. He rushed on with, That's not how it was when we were younger. He was a leap first and ask questions later kind of kid. He forced a chuckle. One time, he jumped off a bridge on a dare and broke his leg on rocks hidden beneath the water. That's not very funny, the angel said. He thought so, Death replied, trying to appear confident. She smiled then, a smile that was so much more than just a guardian angel talking about the person she watched over. There was love in that smile. Gregan laughs about everything. His is the kind of laugh others want to join in. Death nodded as if he knew what she was talking about. Inside, his mind was in turmoil. He took a calming breath and felt his heart slow. He shook his head, amazed at the way his normally lifeless body was acting. He looked up and found her watching him. He fought back the urge to rub his neck and settled for lacing his fingers together. What's your name? She looked surprised. Why do you want to know my name? He shrugged, realized it was the first time he had ever done so, and tried it again. It felt casual, nonchalant, except when someone was watching. He felt a true blush run across his cheeks, felt them burn with the heat of embarrassment. One side of him was astonished at the emotion, while the other side kicked him mentally for being an idiot. Looks like we might be here a while. I like to be polite. When was he ever polite? He couldn't remember. Nyra, she said. The name filled his ears with a quiet rushing sound that rose and fell in time to the beat of his heart. The sensible side of his mind scolded him, saying that he shouldn't know the name of an angel, and a guardian angel at that. The other side repeated the name over and over, hearing the golden tones of her voice that made the name sound like the beginning of the greatest song ever written. "What's your name?" she asked. He sat up quickly, not just because she wanted to know his name, but because his hands had slipped through one another the way they did when he had used up his living time and was going back to death's insubstantial form. His fingers were becoming mere shadows, and the rest of him would quickly follow. He rose. "I've got to go." "Wait," she said, surprised. He shook his head as he made his way to the door, grateful he'd had the foresight to leave it open. Being caught in the middle would make for a very uncomfortable situation if he had to wait to fully change. "I'm sorry. I forgot I had to do something. Like kill people," the cynical voice in his mind said. He grimaced. "I'll be back." "Promise?" she asked. There was something so lost in the one word. He turned. Though the voice in his mind told him not to, he nodded. "I promise." He hurried into the hall. His heart pounded like he was about to have a heart attack. He had seen enough of those to know it wasn't healthy. Of course, he was Death, so it might not matter. He managed to reach the front set of doors just as a man with a very expectant wife came through. He leaned around them, careful not to touch either, but using his shoulder to prop open the door. It was a strange experience and left the couple looking back at him as if he truly had come from the psychiatric ward. His heart stopped beating a block from his apartment. To chase the feeling of loss from his chest, he went out of his way to let 3 different people walk through him. The fear and shock on their faces when they looked back at something they couldn't see was enough to make him feel better. A cat sat in an alleyway, licking its paws. He crept up to it and then touched the cat. Cynical laughter burst from him when it jumped straight in the air. It made a swipe for his face. He grinned when the claws went right through him. The cat's eyes widened and it yowled as it ran down the alley. Death collapsed on the bed in his apartment. He closed his eyes for what felt like 2 seconds. When he opened them again, another list was etched into his arm. Gregan Parker's name was at the top, and darker than all the rest. Death groaned. Chapter 4. Angel. Nyra felt bad for the way the man had run out of Gregan's room the night before. He didn't look a thing like Gregan. His gray eyes and black hair were nothing like Gregan's blonde hair and blue eyes. Yet the man had said he was a brother. She tried to remember if Gregan had ever mentioned a brother. If only he had been closer to his family. Yet, why would someone say they were related to an accident victim if it wasn't true? She gave up trying to puzzle it out. The hospital had contacted the pawn shop and eventually reached Betsy. Gregan's girlfriend would be there shortly. Nyra wished she could leave, but didn't dare in case Gregan awoke or Death returned. As much as she disliked Betsy, she would tolerate the woman's company to protect Gregan. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Betsy. Nyra tried to remind herself of that when the woman walked into the room with the nurse at her side. The heartache on Betsy's beautiful, pale face was genuine. Tear tracks showed on her cheeks even though she had valiantly put on more makeup. She kissed Gregan's cheek tenderly and sat on the chair the man had vacated hours before. "How is he doing?" she asked, almost able to hide the waver of emotions in her voice. The nurse checked his chart. "It's touch and go right now. We've attempted to contact his family." "They won't be coming," Betsy said. Nyra felt a pang of regret at that. Even estranged families should be there under such dire circumstances. The nurse nodded. "The doctors are keeping a constant eye on him. His vitals fluctuate, but for the moment he's stable." He met Betsy's gaze and spoke sincerely. "He is in very bad shape, Miss Miller. There's no saying how long he'll be in a coma." "Or if he'll come out of it at all," Betsy finished quietly, speaking the words the nurse left hanging in the air. The nurse nodded and patted her shoulder. "We're all pulling for him." "Thank you," Betsy replied. As soon as the nurse was gone, Betsy removed a tissue from her small purse and dabbed the tears that shone at the corners of her eyes. It was hard for Nyra to see how the woman fought to keep her composure. Losing it now wouldn't help Gregan, and would probably get her kicked out of the hospital because as a girlfriend, she wasn't really considered an immediate family member. Betsy took a ragged breath and let it out slowly. She took Gregan's hand the way Nyra wished she could and spoke to him softly. Nyra walked to the window. She wished she could shut out the quiet expressions of love that left Betsy's lips. Gregan probably couldn't hear her, so she should just stop. She was only hurting herself. It would be harder if they lost Gregan and she left her heart in that room. Nyra knew the same applied to herself, but she shied away from the thought. She kept her gaze out the window until Betsy left. The woman was a schoolteacher and had to get up early. She had stayed well past visiting hours, but the nurse had kindly ignored her presence there as she came in regularly to check Gregan's vitals. Nyra was somewhat grateful for Betsy's presence because the nurse often gave little indicators as to Gregan's current status. The nurse wouldn't talk to an empty room. Chapter 5. Death. Something had changed inside him. Nyra had changed him. Death muttered angrily to himself as he made his way past the hospital in the direction of another person from the list. Gregan Parker's name throbbed on his arm, urging him toward the hospital. He pointedly ignored it and followed the next name down. It tingled when he neared a set of apartments at the end of the block. He walked through the door and up several flights of stairs. Babies cried in apartments he passed, and in one, the screaming of a man and woman were at such a level that he was sure he would be back in the next day or so. Death paused, then crossed the steps to whisper in the ear of a man who held a bottle of beer poorly concealed in a brown paper bag. The man sat up straight and stared in his direction. He dropped the bag, bottle and all, and ignored the way the contents spilled down the steps. Death chuckled and continued. The apartment was on the left, its door open to catch the faint breeze that came from the broken window at the end of the hall. Inside, Death found a man sleeping in an armchair with a bottle in one hand and a smoking cigarette in the other. A myriad of other bottles littered the floor, along with several dime bags. Death paused. He had a choice. He could let the cigarette fall from the man's hand. It would ignite the liquor that had spilled from the bottles and burn down what would probably be not only the man's apartment, but those around him. The babies he had heard cry, the man drunk in the hallway who would probably sober up quite quickly, and the man and woman fighting along with the many other occupants of the building. They would be victims in the man's senseless actions. If Death let the cigarette fall, those in the building who died would require his touch. After that, names of some who had been set to die would shuffle around because of the time he took at the apartment complex. They would then appear on his list the next day, shuffled back among those chosen to move on. He had made the decision before. It was easier than chasing around the city fulfilling all the names. He caught himself reaching up to rub the back of his neck. It was an empty gesture, and he wouldn't feel it anyway. Nyra. He shook his head with a sigh and leaned over to the man's ear. "Wake up," he said in a voice as soft as a rattlesnake's hiss. The man's eyes cracked open. "Put the cigarette on the table," Death said. The man obeyed, though he looked around as if wondering who was talking. When the cigarette was settled safely on the ashtray, already filled with smoking butts, Death smiled his predatory smile. "It's your time." He put a hand on the man's fleshy head and felt him jerk in alarm. Death stepped back, watching denial and anger run through the man's eyes. He shook his head, his eyes focusing on the mess around him. "I'll change," the man pleaded. "I can do better." "Your time here is done," Death said. A shiver ran down the man's spine. He gripped the arms of the chair tightly, his eyes searching the room. His jaw tightened, his arms twitched, then his fingers began to loosen. It was the sign Death waited for. He closed his eyes and put the images in his mind into that of the man, showing him the direction to the gates. The man fought for a second. Then his body relaxed and he fell forward, coming to rest among the bottles. Death crossed back to the door. Though Gregan Parker's name throbbed on his arm, he ignored it and finished the other names on the list. He liked his job and reminded himself of that fact over and over as his touch finished lives and sent them on their way. It wasn't as if he had a choice anyway, but he thoroughly loved his job. He loved fear and anger, the defiance that filled a person's eyes when they fought his touch. He loved the fact that they couldn't fight him, that his was the final say. Above all, he loved the darkness. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't help remembering the light that surrounded Nyra and the glow of love in her eyes when she spoke of Gregan. He wondered how it would feel to have someone think of him that way, to have such warmth in their eyes instead of fear. He kept pushing the thought down. It wasn't conducive to his job, and he had things to do. He sat on the steps in front of his apartment and stared at the last name on his arm, the final name on the list. The others had vanished as he took them, leaving only the one that had started darker than the rest. He forced breath through his still lungs in a loud sigh that made a passerby jump and stare at the vacant spot on the steps he occupied. He rose and walked through the man, then chuckled at his gasp of shock. When Death neared the hospital, his steps slowed. He studied the tan building and wondered why it felt ominous. Death wasn't afraid of anything. A pair of green eyes appeared in his mind. He shook his head and walked through the closed door. Gregan Parker lay as Death had left him, a still form, pale against white sheets. The numbers that beeped on the monitor meant nothing to him. He wondered briefly where Nyra had gone. Then he felt her presence behind him. "Not today," she said, a gentle pleading in her voice. He turned, and she took several steps back, her form more substantial, while his was mere shadows. She feared him. That fact usually brought pleasure, but this time he felt something else. Was it regret? Death didn't regret, because to regret meant caring, and Death didn't care about anyone or anything. "Why shouldn't I take him?" he demanded, his voice harsher than he meant for it to be. She cringed, but then steeled herself visibly and straightened up again. He felt a grudging admiration for her courage. No guardian angel had ever stood up to him. "Because he doesn't deserve to die," he chuckled, a low, ominous sound that made her flinch despite her resolve. "If I left everyone who felt they didn't deserve to die, this world would be overrun." She opened a hand, asking him to understand. "He's young, and a good person. He helps out at the shelter on weekends. He gives money to people on the streets who are starving. Death held up a faint hand, cutting her off. "I've heard it all before, Nyra." He didn't have to say her name, but he wanted to. He liked the way it felt in his mouth, rolling off his tongue. It was less musical than when she had said it, but it made his lips tingle. He fought back a true smile. Her head jerked up and she stared at him. "How do you know my name?" A cold dagger ran through the empty place in his chest where his heart had beat on only 2 occasions in his entire existence, both the times when she was near. He searched for an excuse, but he was Death. He didn't need excuses. "I know everyone's name," he said with false confidence. "It's my job." She gave a little huff of annoyance. "Your job?" There was obvious disdain in her voice. "You kill people, and you call it a job?" He gave her a curious look. "What else would you call it?" Flabbergasted, she backed off, giving him much-needed space to get his thoughts in order. "I don't consider being a guardian angel my job," she finally said after a few minutes of silence. He didn't look at her. He pretended to study Gregan's motionless form instead. "A job is a particular task performed toward a specific purpose for a designated amount of time. What would you call it?" "It's not my job to be a guardian angel," she said, with a slight upturn to her words that made them ring with annoyance. He glanced at her sideways, inexplicably pleased for having riled her. "But if you didn't do it, you would no longer be able to exist in your current state of being." He felt her stare. "Being?" He chuckled at her frustrated tone. "You know, your existence. Being a guardian angel is your job, because if you didn't do it, you wouldn't be able to call yourself a guardian angel. You would merely be Nyra, angel of unknown occupation." She blew out a breath of extreme annoyance. "I guess this is what I should have expected when arguing with death." She glanced at him. "What is your name?" The question caught him off guard. He met her green gaze, and a strange tremble ran through his limbs. "You just said it," he said softly. "Death?" At his nod, her eyebrows pinched together. She studied him, and he shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. He was definitely not used to being uncomfortable. The name on his arm gave a resounding throb. He cleared his throat, even though he had never done so before. I, I'd better get on with what I came here for." "No!" she said. She darted in front of his outstretched hand. He shied back quickly and stared at her. "Are you insane? Do you know what would happen if I touched you?" She shook her head, her eyes wide, but she didn't move from her place in front of Gregan. Death dropped his gaze. "Me either." He studied his hand, feeling a dislike for the limb he had never known before. He looked back at her. "I might have killed you." "Can angels die?" There was something in her voice, a hint of wistfulness that might have been his imagination, but he was almost certain was there. Baffled, he shrugged, the motion almost lost within his shadows. "I'm not sure." Nyra looked back at Gregan, then met Death's eyes once more. If he looked a little unsettled, she didn't appear to notice. "One more day," she begged. "Please." "It's just prolonging the inevitable," Death told her. But one more day meant one more visit with this strange angel who turned his whole world upside down. He had almost hoped she would ask. "Just one," she said. He stalked the length of the room as if debating. After a few minutes of pure silence, in which the beeping of the monitor sounded like a dissonant choir clouding his thoughts with unease, Death nodded. Before Nyra could say anything else, he stepped through the door. Once in the hallway, he leaned against the wall and held his head in his hands. He didn't know what she did to him. He didn't understand what drove him to be compassionate when Death had lost his empathy long ago. His heart gave one tiny flutter. He pressed a hand to his chest, willing his heart to stay still. It obeyed. Chapter 6. Angel. Nyra stared at the door Death had passed through. She wasn't sure what had just happened, or why he gave in, but there was something in his gaze, something lost and searching. He wasn't what she had expected Death to be at all. When he almost touched her, the look of dismay on his face had been colored with something that almost looked like fear for her safety. Why would Death fear for the safety of a guardian angel? If anything, she got in the way of him performing his job. She grimaced at the term. How could someone take killing others so lightly? That was what he did, after all. He had stated it so bluntly himself. Yet, had there been disdain in his words? She almost believed that Death hated what he did. Something was in the way he looked at Gregan and reached out the hand to touch him as though wishing he didn't have to. Could it be that Death was as reluctant to take Gregan as she was to give him up? Did he dislike being Death? She enjoyed being a guardian angel. She told herself that many times after Death left. There had been a moment when she wanted to reach out and take his hand, when she wanted to see if his touch would truly kill her. She didn't know if she could die, or if her existence would really be considered living for that matter. In that moment, though, she had almost wished to cease her existence. The thought terrified her more than anything. What would she be if she wasn't a guardian angel? She couldn't return to her previous life. That had been taken away long ago. She ached at the thought of a gentle hand on her arm and the brush of fingers sweeping her hair behind her ear. There were times she regretted remembering what it felt like, yet she held on to the feelings in fear that they would vanish, and she would forget her previous life entirely. It had been so long since anyone had been able to touch her. Yet Death almost had, and his touch might have been the end of her entirely. She vowed to stay away from him. He was dangerous, even though his dark eyes beckoned to her, their depths haunted with pain and loneliness, stark within the shadows that surrounded him. Why couldn't she stop thinking about those eyes? Chapter 7. Death. Death took 2 women home from the bar that night. They laughed and fought over who got his attentions. He let them drive him to distraction, but sent them on their way as soon as he grew tired of their ear-splitting voices and sharp perfume. Both women stumbled down the stairs on heels too high for their ankles to support. They complained loudly in the street about their unsatisfactory entertainer. He was tempted to shout down that they had invited themselves, but he knew better. No one could resist Death's twisted smile, his charming ways, and the hint of danger that lurked in his gaze. He loathed himself. "What is wrong with me?" he asked his reflection in the mirror. One eye hovered higher than the other, an illusion of the broken glass. He wondered if the women would have gone home with him if he had truly looked that way. On impulse, he ran a finger along the break. His living body gave an uncomfortable throb of pain. He stared at the wound. 2 drops of blood oozed from the gap, only to be absorbed back inside. Within seconds, his skin closed together again without leaving any sign that it had ever been broken. Death stalked back to the kitchen he never used. Rust ate at the sink, and the refrigerator hadn't been plugged in for years. The apartment itself came from a tenant whose name had been on his list. The owner had been a family man, but one with a wondering heart. He used the apartment solely to satiate an appetite for other women, one which eventually led to his heart failure. Since the rent had been paid for through the man's trust, no one bothered to check the minimal expense. Death had lived there uncontested long enough to feel like the apartment was home. He saw it now with different eyes. He would never show Nyra his place. Not that she would want to see it. It was disgusting and slovenly, a hole suitable only for the rodents and pests that frequented its empty cupboards. Yet it was his home? The thought came out as a question, surprising him. Death rubbed the back of his neck, then dropped his hand and cursed the habits of the living. He didn't need a home. The world was his, and the names on his arm proved his occupation. He slumped on a chair and studied the one name still written there. He ran a finger over the marks, mere shapes that made up sounds his brain put together, forming words. It was amazing, really, that such marks dictated his life. What if he couldn't read them? What if they meant nothing to his brain? What would he do if he wasn't Death? "What's your name?" Nyra's voice repeated in his mind. He bowed his head, then laced his fingers over it, pulling his elbows to his knees. He had vowed to stay away from the hospital when he was in living form, yet all he wanted to do was talk to Nyra. Not as Death, but as someone else, the man she trusted. He was not that man. All the same, he rose from the seat and found himself at the door. He forced his fingers to turn the doorknob. The hinges opened with a soft squeak. He listened to his footsteps down the stairs, a thump that was dull and lifeless compared to the hurried staccato of the annoyed women who had traveled down before. He preferred the dull thump. His time living was short. He reminded himself of that as he pushed open the door to Gregan's room. His heart leaped at the sight of Nyra standing by the lone window. He pretended not to notice and took the chair by Gregan's bedside. He was glad she spoke first. "I think he's doing better," she said, though the uncertainty in her voice contradicted her words. He nodded, his eyes on the tubes in Gregan's mouth and sticking into his arms. Gregan looked the exact same as the day before. "I think so." It felt strange to reassure someone about a person he was supposed to take. She crossed the room toward him. He looked up at her in an effort to slow her advance. "What do you do when you're not here?" She paused, which was exactly what he wanted. However, he found himself curious about her reply. "I'm here most of the time," she said, her answer cautious. "You don't have to tell me," he said offhandedly. "I'm just attempting to distract myself from Gregan's condition. It's no big deal." He shrugged as though it didn't matter. She reached out as if she wanted to set a hand on his shoulder. He rose and moved out of the way, pretending to be interested in a sign on the wall about oxygen use. "I go to the place of accounting," she said, breaking the silence. Intrigued, he looked back at her. "What are you accounting for?" "All guardian angels have to keep a tally of what they do, how they help those under their guardianship. It's not always easy." Death leaned against the wall and folded his arms across his chest. "Whispering in their ears, guiding them in the right direction? What's hard about that?" He realized as soon as he said them that the words were flippant, but they were out and he couldn't take them back. Instead of being offended, Nyra's mouth showed the hints of a smile. Her eyes creased slightly at the corners when she answered him. "Humans are also accountable. Life is about the choices they make, the direction they decide to take. If guardian angels push too far, we take away their ability to choose for themselves." "And if they decide not to listen?" He looked at Gregan pointedly. "Then there's nothing we can do," she said quietly. "If it's his own choice that put him here, why are you so heartbroken?" The words came out gentler than he intended. He was death. He didn't care about anyone. Yet the sorrow in Nyra's eyes ate at the empty place in his chest. He swallowed and felt his heart give a shuddering beat. He willed it to stay still, but her gaze rested on him. Her sad smile made it beat again, then again. He took a seat next to the bed and tried to distract himself from the feeling of her eyes on him. "I tried to warn him," she said, unaware of his internal struggle. "I could feel something was wrong, but he didn't listen. He always heeded my warnings, but he was in a hurry." She sighed softly. He wondered if angels needed to breathe, or if she just chose to. "I spoke to Mark Jeffrey's angel." Worry touched her eyes. "We're not supposed to do that." He held up both hands. "I'm not going to tell," he said gently with a smile. Another real smile that felt foreign but welcome on his face. She gave an answering smile. "I guess not." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture was so human he had to remind himself that he spoke to an angel. Her gaze avoided his. "We aren't supposed to question if another angel did their job, but Mark Jeffrey's angel said she tried to tell him not to drive drunk. He had just lost his job and didn't want to tell his wife. They have 5 little children to support." Her voice choked off. The empathy that filled her eyes made Death's heart pound harder. He broke the silence filled with her anguish. "Did Mark die?" He couldn't remember that name on his arm, but he took so many people it was hard to recall all of them. She shook her head and a small, grateful smile touched her lips. "He's all right. And Sarian, his angel, said he would never drive drunk again." "Do you think he deserved to live?" At her look of shock, Death gestured toward Gregan. He's a good guy, so why should Mark get off just fine when he's the one that made the bad decision? Why should Gregan pay? He had never asked if anyone on his list deserved to die. Their time was up, that was all. He had a job to do and he couldn't listen to the stories on the other side. Accidents happen, Nyra replied. Her understanding tone grabbed his heart, gripping it tight as it beat with maddening regularity. She was trying to help him feel better about Gregan's condition. The thought made him want to laugh and cry at the same time, and Death never did either. That's just the way of the world. Sometimes we can't control it. Her voice cracked, letting through emotions she tried to keep hidden. Death turned his head slightly at the sound. It's not like you can keep him from dying if it's his time, can you? He was pushing it. He knew that, but he wanted to understand why she would go to such an extreme as to argue with Death to save one life. She looked as if she didn't know whether to tell him or not. He was supposed to be Gregan's brother, after all. He shouldn't know such things. But he watched her, hoping she would continue. I tried, she admitted. She swallowed, and tears showed in her eyes, glittering brightly in the dull neon lighting. I argued with Death for him. For his life? He asked, feigning surprise. You can do that? She shook her head. He let his head drop to hide his gaze from view, reminding himself that he was supposed to be a brother in mourning. I tried, she said again, but I don't think I can keep Death away very long. I'm so sorry. He almost jumped out of the chair when her hand touched the back of his shoulder. Warmth flooded through him so sharp and bright Death couldn't breathe and forgot he didn't have to. His heart pounded so loud it echoed in his ears. Trails of fire and ice laced from her fingers through him. Pain and pleasure, joy and sorrow. He felt like a drowning man reaching for air, while air existed all around him. He willed his mind to focus, but the feeling of her fingers on his shoulder distracted him from whatever she was saying. He couldn't stand it any longer. Death rose and rushed out the door. Whatever Nyra thought could stay with her. He vowed never to go back. He didn't care that Gregan Parker's name burned where it was written on his arm. He would never return to that room. Chapter 8. Angel. Nyra stared at the closed door. The look of panic on Death's face replayed over and over again in her mind. He couldn't have felt her fingers on his shoulder. No one felt her touch. Guardian angels didn't have the ability to feel or be felt. Maybe the thought of her touching him had scared him. Humans shouldn't be able to see angels after all. Perhaps she had gone too far. Maybe he just didn't like to be touched. She kept seeing his face in her mind. The emotions that showed in his eyes were stark and fresh, as though it was the first time he had ever felt them. She felt drawn to him and wanted to comfort him. Guardian angels couldn't touch humans. She didn't know why she had tried. She just wanted to ease his heartache, though he was so distraught she didn't know what to do. The sorrow in his eyes when he spoke about his brother was real. It made her ache to know how much he cared about Gregan. Though she had only been Gregan's guardian angel for a few years and had never heard of his brother, the man seemed genuine, more genuine than many people in Gregan's life. She lingered at Gregan's bedside until the bell sounded. She didn't fight the pull toward the place of accounting and smiled at the other angels around her. She tried to keep her spirits high, but when she went inside and it was her turn to go to the books, the little angel met her eyes and gave a sad shake of his head. Nothing was spoken, yet so much passed between them. She was no longer able to make an accounting because she no longer had promptings. The man she was supposed to guide didn't listen, but she had fought death to keep him alive. Gregan should have died as a consequence of the accident. Yet he lingered because she had begged for his life. She had defied the very principles she was supposed to use to guide him. She had gone against everything and in return lost what death called her job. What did a jobless guardian angel do? Lost, she wandered around the city. Nobody could see her, yet when she passed by, smiles spread across faces and eyes lit up. She treasured the little differences she made in the people around her. Pausing near a doorstep, she watched a little baby roll a ball to her mom. Giggles flourished when the ball bounced against the child's outstretched hands. The mother praised her little one and laughed with her. Nyra held in the sound, letting it fill her with joy. No matter where she was, there was still goodness in the world. It was enough to remind her to never give up. Nyra walked until she found a walkway hidden among the busy city streets. Entering through an alley that looked just like any other, she turned to the right and found beauty before her. Roses reached from vines strung along trellises that reached clear up the sides of the two buildings that made the small walkway. She wished she could smell the scent of the flowers around her. A memory of the soft brush of a rose against her lips made a sad smile touch her face. Nyra walked through the garden walkway with a feeling of peace, as though someone had personally planted it for her to ease the aches of no longer being able to account for the things she did. Fading daylight made the rose petals glow, beautiful soft shades of orange, lavender, maroon, coral, burgundy, and violet. She touched the petals, though she couldn't feel them. She imagined the soft velvet against her fingers. It was almost enough to make her feel better about her page missing from the account book. Almost. Chapter 9. Death. The inferno roared around him, fire eating up the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if it had starved its whole life for just this moment. The very air shimmered with heat. Death felt none of it as he made his way through the building. It was a decrepit structure some billionaire had thought to save in the heart of the city, yet the wiring was bad and sparks had rushed out of control faster than the construction crew could contain it. Now, someone was trapped within the blaze. Death might not have empathy, but he tried to help others pass over before they felt the true pain of their killer. The man in the room before him wouldn't have to burn before death touched him. Death crossed the glaring floor with a hand out, intent on the arm that covered the man's face as he huddled in the corner. Before Death could reach the man, though, his head lifted. He looked squarely at Death, his gaze abrupt and straightforward. "Are you an angel?" he asked. Something passed from the man to Death in that moment. Death staggered backward, trying to make sense of what happened. Images flowed through his mind. He saw a boy run through a school hallway, chased by 3 bigger boys. He turned a corner and listened to their footsteps thunder past. The image changed into a college graduation. A girl in a yellow dress spoke at the podium. In the next image, the girl was holding his hand. She wore white and beamed at him, her hair wreathed in a halo of violet flowers. He stood on a lawn with 3 boys running toward him. He knelt and wrapped them all in his arms. They held him tight, saying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," over and over again. Death leaned against a wall for support, then fell through it. He staggered upright and made his way back to the room where the man waited. Something wet ran down his cheeks. He wiped them with his hand and stared at the tears that moistened his fingers. "What is happening to me?" he asked out loud. His heart gave one beat, then fell silent again. "Are you an angel?" the man repeated. It was so important to him. Death did the only thing he could do. He nodded. "Then I'm ready," the man said. He held out his hand. Nobody had ever gone willingly. It was always a fight in the end. Yet the man who had so much to live for reached out to Death. Tears streamed down Death's face as he took the man's hand in his own. Death stood across the street and watched the building collapse in on itself. Firefighters aimed streams of water to contain the inferno, but there was no saving the old building, only preventing the fire from spreading to the structures around it. As far as Death knew, no one was aware of the man who had burned inside. He was just another person, a name on the list that vanished as Death watched it. Timothy Welsh no longer inhabited the body inside the fire. He was on his way to the gateway, leaving behind a wife and 3 boys. Death couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. He fell to his knees in the alleyway. Sobs racked his shoulders and tore from his chest. Those who passed the alley walked faster when they couldn't find the source of the haunted sounds. Death hit his fist on the ground again and again, hating that it didn't hurt, loathing that he couldn't cause himself pain to chase away the agony he felt inside. His heart beat in a steady rhythm that made his body ache with every thump. The thought of lonely shoes on a stairway repeated itself in his mind, tormenting him. "What is wrong with me?" he asked quietly. Then he turned his face to the sky and shouted with all the agony that filled him, "What is wrong with me?" A cat yowled and took off through the alley. Dogs barked in the distance. Several firefighters who held hoses toward the flame looked back at the alleyway, but there was nothing to see besides a lone newspaper flapping in a gentle swirling night breeze. "What is wrong with me?" Death whispered. The names on his arm throbbed, demanding to be heeded. He eventually forced himself to his feet. His shoulders hunched and head bowed. He walked unseeing down the sidewalk, following the relentless call of the list. Several people walked through him, but he didn't hear their gasps of fear or take joy in the cold shivers that ran up their spines. He stumbled through a door and touched the arm of a lady lounging on her stoop, calling her soul from her body without looking at her. The woman's name vanished from his arm. Death found a man in the back of a taxi, hurrying home after working all day. He clutched a briefcase to his chest like his life depended on it, while he desperately tried to ignore the aching, numb feeling that was spreading through his left arm and chest. The first symptoms of a heart attack. Death touched him and left without a backwards glance. Another name erased from his arm. He made his way to the city's museum. A little old lady sat in the corner, staring at a picture of a gentleman with a top hat. The way the picture was painted, it looked as though he stared straight back at her, one eyebrow slightly raised as if he was asking a question. A tattered umbrella and a well-thumbed Bible sat beside her. When Death touched her shoulder, she gave a sigh of relief and smiled before closing her eyes. Death's list took him to a gang fight, knives out, guns used as clubs to erase the faces of youth who thought of each other as enemies, but who all looked the same. A gunshot sounded and a boy fell, clutching his chest. The fighting stopped. Everyone watched in expectant silence. Several members of the boy's gang hurried to his side, falling to their knees in the grime and debris that littered the street. Death swept by and touched the boy's side, trying not to notice the tears and anguish on all faces, not just those of the boy's gang. Death went through his list without seeing. The names vanished one by one until the only name that remained ached with every beat of his heart. Death stopped in a park sheltered by trees, the bark of which had been etched with the names of thousands. It was a memorial of sorts to the living and dead, whose lives meshed briefly among the oaks and aspens. Death sat down beneath the shelter of the gently swaying branches. He felt his body become alive as his time of living reached him. He took a deep breath, noticing for the first time how air pulled at his lungs with a cool rush and left in a sigh as though his body had longed for such a thing. He put a hand on a tree and closed his eyes. The bark felt rough beneath his fingers. He liked the feeling so much more than silk. Several sounds caught his attention. He opened his eyes. Irony was the only emotion that filled him when one of the gangs he had encountered earlier saw him standing there in the darkness. He was a lone man, an easy target. The gang circled like vultures. Death rose to his feet. "What's wrong with you?" a boy asked, shoving his shoulder. Death didn't answer. He merely watched them, their faces etched in sorrow and anger at the loss of the boy they had known. He was an outlet for their anger, a more appropriate outlet than they could ever have imagined. "You should know better than wander in this park at night," another boy said. The boy hit him in the side of the face hard enough to send him reeling. A third boy caught him and slammed the butt of his gun against Death's head. Death stumbled to the ground. Stars danced in his vision. "Maybe we should teach him a lesson," a voice said. A foot kicked him in the ribs, then another. Death hunched over as pain flared through his body. Fists rained down on his back and sides. Another gun clubbed him in the head, and he fell to the brown grass. It scratched his face when he tried to cover his head with his hands. His hair felt sticky where the gun butt had opened a gash along his skull. Pain spread as his ribs were broken. Someone hit his hand over his head, and he felt the butt of a gun break the bones of his wrist. A moan of pain wrenched from him, the first sound he had made. The blow slowed, then stopped. "This is boring. Let's get out of here," a boy said. Their footsteps faded away to leave only the quiet rustle of aspen leaves tickled by a vagrant wind. Death willed himself to move. He sat up slowly, holding his aching head in his hands. Blood covered his fingers from a gash on his forehead and another across his cheekbone. He favored his wrist where the bones had broken. Every movement hurt. He reveled in the pain. "I could have stopped them," he mused aloud. "I could have scared them away with a single look. Yet I let them beat me bloody." He laughed, then the laughter turned into a cough of pain that tore through his broken ribs and left blood lingering on his lips. "I felt guilty because I caused their pain. I was the reason the boy died." He was shot in the chest, the voice inside him reminded him. "But I took his life," Death argued. "You didn't make the gun or start the fight." "But I ended it, didn't I?" he replied ironically. "Idiot." "I agree," he said. He leaned back, staring at the light-polluted night sky. Just once, he wished he could see stars. He had heard of them and read about them, but never in his existence had he been able to actually see one. He doubted they could actually contain as much beauty as they were described to have, but he wanted to know for sure. Deep down, he felt like he needed to know for sure. His body began to heal. He fell back against the dead grass that scraped his skin as his wounds pulled together, leaving him unmarred by the violence. When the last rib mended and the matted blood faded his hair, Death pushed himself up. He walked toward the hospital, feeling as though every step cost him a lifetime. Yet he couldn't stop walking. He collapsed into the chair near Gregan Parker's bed. "Are you all right?" Nyra asked. "You look exhausted." Her head tipped slightly to the side. "And your clothes are filthy." "Rough day," Death replied with a weary smile. He still smiled. Never before had he smiled so much. He had seen a man's life before taking him amid an inferno, finished his list despite the number of heartbreaking situations he found, and then been beaten to within what would have been an inch of his life if what he had could actually be called life. Yet in Nyra's presence, he smiled like an idiot. The voice in his head was right. "Gregan looks better," she said with hope in her voice. "Death didn't visit today. Maybe our last argument left an impression." He tipped his head to look at her. "Do you argue with Death often?" She looked abashed. "My first time, actually, but it can't be a good idea." "Why not?" he asked, unable to help himself. "It's not like he can actually hurt you, can he?" At her hesitation, his heartbeat began. He took in a slow breath, willing it to stop. Nyra's eyes dropped from his. "I felt, well, different since talking to him." Death sat up as alarm spread through him. "Different how?" She shrugged, her gaze still avoiding his. "I questioned things I never did before." He tried to brush it aside, to tell himself it didn't matter, but there was a note of distress in her voice she tried to hide. Nyra. A small thrill went through him at her name. He swallowed and continued, "Maybe you should avoid him." She shook her head. "I've got to protect Gregan." "Why?" She stared at him. He knew his role as Gregan's brother made the question strange. He hurried on. "Guardian angels aren't supposed to argue for someone's life, are they? I really appreciate it, but you already said he was going to die. Will it change things if he dies a day from now, or a week?" She covered her face with her hands. Death rose before he knew what he was doing and hurried to her side. He had almost put his hands on her shoulders when he stopped himself. Cold rushed through him. He slid his hands in his pockets to keep from touching her and whispered, "It's all right, Nyra. You can tell me." Her shoulders shook. She turned away from him. Silence, filled with the steady beeps of the monitors and the soft hush of her muffled breaths, coated the room. He thought she wasn't going to tell him. He was about to leave, to run out of the room, when she said, "I love him." Death stared at her. Guardian angels protected the living. They didn't fall in love with them. Yet everything she had said about Gregan fell into place. She loved him, and not just with the love of one person to another, camaraderie and friendship, and all that he had never experienced. She truly loved Gregan. It shone in her eyes and glowed in her cheeks whenever she spoke his name. Death should have guessed. He put a hand to his chest and wondered why the revelation hurt so much. He stumbled a few steps backwards. He felt betrayed, lost. Despair rose up inside of him. He had never felt such unjustified remorse before. So she loved the man she was protecting. Why should he care? Yet he did. With all of his newly beating heart, he did. "You love him?" Death forced himself to repeat. She nodded, her face still hidden behind her hands. "Angels aren't supposed to fall for the people they protect, but I couldn't help myself. Everything Gregan does is so wonderful and kind. He cares for everyone around him. He would never hurt anyone or anything, and he—" Death cut her off, unable to hear the tirade any longer. Each syllable sent a pain of agony through him, much worse than any part of the beating in the park. "He's never even seen you," he stated flatly. Nyra fell silent for a moment. Her breathing slowed, and she wiped the tears from her cheeks with the back of her fingers. "I know," she said in a whisper. "I know he hasn't seen me. He doesn't know I exist." "But you fight for him," another statement made without emotion. She didn't notice. "I have to," she said, her voice full of heartbreak. Death ran through his options. There were few enough that it was quite simple. He could touch Gregan. He had never done so in living form, and didn't know if it would work. If it didn't, he could simply return the next night and finish the only job he had ever left undone. Perhaps that would take away his conscience and let him get back to the existence he had enjoyed. But if he touched Gregan, the man's soul would leave his body and he would be gone. There would be no reason to visit the hospital room. Nyra would be gone, her heart broken. Whether she realized who Death was or not, he would never see her again. He could allow Gregan Parker to linger. His arm throbbed angrily, a stabbing reminder that before him lay the man who kept him from completing the only job he had ever done. He had to finish it, to finish the list. Maybe then he would be free to perform his job without guilt as he once had. Maybe then he would stop being tormented by his conscience. He could go on about his job without empathy or remorse, two things Death had no need for at all. But Nyra loved Gregan. Death's heart turned over at the thought. She shouldn't love the man she guarded. She had no right to do such a thing, and the man would never be able to return her love. "Neither would you," the cynical voice said. He wanted to take away the source of Nyra's love. Deep down, a part of him hoped that with Gregan gone, she would turn that love towards something else, Or maybe someone else. He could be there for her. As what? Death? The voice argued. He was about to answer out loud something that would probably reveal everything when his hands slipped out of his pockets, insubstantial once more. His heart raced as he debated what to do. He hid them behind his back and inched toward the door, but it was closed. He couldn't open it with his hands rapidly fading into shadow. He would be caught. She would know he was Death. She would hate him and never speak to him again. He might as well take Gregan and finish it. His heart threatened to break as he reached for the man. The door opened behind him. "I didn't know Mr. Parker had a visitor," a male nurse in blue scrubs said. Death didn't answer him. He folded his arms across his chest and barreled his way through the open door, leaving both the nurse and the unseen Nyra staring in his wake. Chapter 10. Angel. Nyra watched almost patiently as the nurse checked Gregan's vitals, but her mind was on his brother. She felt as though she betrayed the man on the bed because she wanted to rush out after his brother, who had been so distraught at her confession of love that he left without a word. She had some explaining to do, but she didn't know where to start. She shouldn't love Gregan. She knew that. She looked down at his still face as the nurse moved about the room, humming something that sounded like death metal. Quite an ironic choice given everything that had been happening. She found herself wishing that she knew the words so she could sing along. "What is wrong with me?" she asked aloud. Nobody answered. That was the problem with being an angel. If you weren't giving promptings, you were just speaking to yourself. She glanced at the bed to see if there was a chance Gregan was listening. Nope, she was crazy. Nyra put a hand to her head. It was almost time for the accounting bell. She could feel it like a gentle hum through her body, rising in time with the nurse's words as he gave up humming entirely and began to sing out loud.
Believe it's a simple phrase. Eyes that remain ever open. It's your eyes that cannot lie.
The nurse did a few air guitar motions, then continued in a whispered scream.
Clarity rain down on me. Sit beside me. Walk with me. Open the doors to sanity. Walk with me.
He leaned close to the heart monitor and jotted a few notes in Gregan's chart as he sang.
As I came down from heaven, the future's brighter, but the past still calls. The choices are before me, and I face the darkness with only a flame.
He threw the chart on the floor and put a foot on the windowsill. With his eyes closed and air guitar in his hands, he shouted,
And who said it's easy when you're surrounded by all this fear? I'm trusting in something that I've never seen. Push as they pull, you played the fool. It's been too long. You must stand strong.
The door flew open. Nyra put a hand to her face to hide a smile at the irate expression on the head nurse's face. "What is going on in here?" she demanded. The male nurse's face turned red. He noticed the chart on the floor and dropped to his knees to gather the spilled contents. I... He looked up at her sheepishly, pushing a strand of dark brown hair from his eyes. "I'll never do it again?" She grimaced, but couldn't stay mad at his pleading smile. "I better not hear that kind of music in this hospital ever again," she warned. "You won't," he replied. He stood and handed her the chart. She took it from his hands with a huff, slid it into the pocket by the door, and left the room. As soon as she was gone, the male nurse sang in a quieter voice.
Believe it's a simple phrase. Eyes that remain ever open. It's your eyes that cannot lie.
He fell into humming again, leaving the last phrase sounding over and over again in the room. One of the monitors gave a beep. The nurse glanced at it, then took the chart from the door and jotted down a note. "Well, at least Mr. Parker likes my singing," he said. "Catch you later, dude." He slipped the chart back into the holder and left through the door. Nyra hurried over to the chart. She wanted more than anything to see what the nurse had written. The numbers on the monitors meant nothing to her, but after another failed accounting session, she returned and watched them long into the night, hoping to hear the beep again. Chapter 11. Death. Death opened his eyes to a new set of names. Gregan Parker's glared back at him, bold and angry at the top of the list. Death ignored it and began his work, freeing souls methodically as he made his way through the names. Near the middle of the list, he read Julia Mills. The name quivered as he walked through one of the nicer areas of the city. He found a mother and daughter strolling through a mall together. The mother, Julia, held a bag of popcorn, and the daughter, who couldn't be older than 5, snuck kernels when she thought her mom wasn't looking. Death watched them, taken by the happy scene. He was puzzled as to the cause of Julia's death. She appeared healthy and young, an active mother enjoying her daughter's company. Death was about to turn away when a rumble filled the mall. People screamed as the ground began to shake. It was a city unused to earthquakes, and no one knew what to do. Glass storefronts shattered, mannequins and expensive clothing toppled to the ground. The skylights of the mall shifted and broke, sending glass and wooden beams raining down on the rushing crowds. Screams and cries for help filled the air. Death lost sight of Julia and her daughter for a moment. When he spotted them, Julia was trapped under a corner of ceiling that had fallen from the second story. She didn't appear to be in a horrible condition until Death drew close enough to see a piece of rebar sticking straight through her stomach. His knees weakened, though they shouldn't have. He shouldn't feel any weakness at all. It was all he could do to force himself to Julia's side. Her daughter held her hand, pleading with her. "Are you all right, Mommy? Someone will help you get out. You'll be okay. Trust me, Mommy. I'll take care of you while you get better." She held her mother's hand, unwilling to look at the bar through her mom's stomach, or the way Julia's eyes drifted past her, unseeing. Death stood above them. Julia's name was on the list. Chaos thundered all around, but Death felt as if he and 2 girls were the only beings in existence. He knelt slowly next to the little girl. He was about to reach out to Julia when the little girl looked up into his face. Her bright blue eyes were filled with tears, but they hadn't spilled over yet. Her little lip quivered, but she was being strong for her mother. She was being strong for all of them. "Don't take her." The little girl's voice was a whisper, but it carried over every other sound in the mall. Dust drifted through the air, debris lay underfoot, and the discord of 1,000 distressed voices mingled in the air. All Death heard was that little voice, pleading for him to leave her mother. He began, but his throat felt tight and thick. He tried again. "She can't make it. Not like that." He gestured to the rod sticking out of Julia's stomach. "Fix it," the little girl pleaded. "I know you can do it." He shook his head, and his tears spilled over the same time that hers did. "I can't heal people. I take them away to somewhere they won't hurt." "But I don't want my mommy to go," the girl sobbed. "I need her here and she needs me. We're a team. She says so all the time." Before Death could move, the little girl buried her face against his chest and wrapped her arms around him. He sat there, frozen, afraid to move, afraid to touch her. His touch meant death. He was death. He couldn't help her. Julia's name was written on his arm. Like another name, the voice in his mind said. The girl's embrace had caught his sleeve, pushing it up to where the remaining names were visible. Gregan Parker's name sat at the top in dark black, a bold reminder of his failure. Julia gave a little cry of pain. Her daughter left Death sitting there and knelt by her mother. Sirens sounded outside the mall. Fire engines and ambulances had arrived. Emergency teams began to pour into the building. Julia's daughter wiped the tears from her mother's face. She smoothed back the black hair that matched her own, lovingly tucking her mother's hair behind her ear, as her mother had no doubt done many times before with her daughter. Julia's hand reached up to grasp her daughter's. The little girl looked back at Death. Her eyes were bright and unafraid. There was no fear in them, only pleading. "Please," she asked in that tiny voice that rang louder than any other sound in the mall. EMTs swarmed the little group. Death stepped back, giving them room. The little girl held his gaze with her own. When technicians turned to see what she was looking at, they saw only bare space, filled with drifting dust. "Please?" the little girl asked again. Death nodded. The name on his arm gave a sharp throb. He ignored it. EMTs worked on Julia. The little girl no longer watched Death. Convinced that her mother was safe, she did what she could to answer the medical team's questions, all the while holding her mother's hand. A smile was on her face that seemed far out of place given the situation, but to Death, that smile held all the answers in the world. He turned and walked from the mall, his chest filled with regret, but not regret for the uncompleted list. Regret that Julia's name had been on it in the first place. A mother of a little girl didn't deserve to die. Death walked through the closed door of the hospital and into Gregan Parker's room. Nyra looked up as soon as he entered. "You're ruining me," he said in a tone that was more resigned than accusatory. "I know you've given Gregan more time. It's just not enough," Nyra said. Her fingers twisted together, giving away her anxiety. "It'll never be enough," Death said quietly. "What was that?" She took a step closer. He shook his head, a faint motion of shadow amid the darkness. "I let a woman live today." Nyra's hand flew to her mouth, but she kept silent, sensing he had more to tell her. "She had a daughter. The girl saw me. She pleaded for her mother's life." He bowed his head. "I just couldn't do it." The angel made no sound when she crossed to him, but a warning called in the back of his mind. He looked up just as she reached for his face. He flashed to the other side of the room, faster than either of them knew he could. "Don't ever touch me!" he barked in a voice that made her jump. Just as no one could withstand Death's smile, his voice in anger was enough to make grown men cry. Nyra cowered by Gregan's bed, fear bright in her green eyes. Death rubbed the back of his neck. He took a step toward her. "Nyra, I—" When she shrank away, it stole what was left of his self-control. He let out a growl of fury that shorted out every monitor in the room. They reset just as the nurses rushed in, but Death was long gone. Chapter 12. Angel. Nyra stared at the closed door. Fear still hammered in her ears, a remnant of Death's angry outburst. The nurses had been baffled by the monitors. They brought in 2 replacements, even though those that had shorted out worked just fine after Death's departure. Betsy came in a short while later. A nurse followed her into the room. "Dr. Stevenson said he is doing better than expected," the nurse said with a warm smile. Tears glittered brightly in Betsy's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Nyra's heart went out to the woman. When she and Gregan had been together, Nyra couldn't stand being around them because the woman made Gregan so much happier than she ever could. He didn't even know Nyra existed, yet seeing how Betsy's heart ached and how desperately she wanted Gregan to get better, Nyra couldn't help feeling a kinship toward the woman. The nurse's words made them both feel relieved. Nyra wandered down the hall to let Betsy have some time with Gregan. She figured Death wouldn't be returning soon after his outburst. His actions puzzled her. Death was nothing like she had imagined. He was scary, for sure, and intense. He was volatile and unpredictable. Yet he was far different from the heartless, cold shadow she had expected. There was something about his eyes, so deep and heartbreaking, as though the lives he took ate at him inside. He said he loved what he did, but there was cynicism in his voice, as though even he didn't believe his words. The look on his face when she had reached out to touch him was burned into her mind. He had been angry, furious, but it wasn't directed at her. Even his words were defensive, protecting her instead of himself. He had been afraid for her when she was trying to comfort him. In the depths of his heartache and loss, the confusion of whatever he was going through, he had still been watching out for her. Nyra stared out the hospital window to the rushing street beyond. People drove past in cars and trucks, pedaled bicycles, and walked by the hospital, as though the big white building didn't exist. Was it easier for them to not think about the pain and suffering of the individuals within the walls, because there was nothing they could do about it? A mother stood at a stoplight, waiting for it to change. She held the hand of her young son as she talked to another woman, pushing a stroller. Nyra's heart slowed when the little boy worked his hand free and took a step toward the busy intersection. The mother gestured with her hand, unaware of her son's danger. Nyra walked through the glass and hurried to the mother's side. The women continued to talk, their attention on their conversation as the boy stepped down from the curb. Nyra didn't know what to do. She couldn't talk to the woman, and there were no other angels present. A car was hurtling toward the corner, intent on a right turn. Warn her. The prompting felt like a gentle pressure, freeing Nyra from her insubstantial state. "Look at your son," Nyra whispered in the woman's ear. The mother's eyes widened, and she spun around, looking frantically for her boy. "Matthew!" she cried. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back just as the car rushed around the corner. "Oh my goodness," the mother said, checking her son over quickly. "I can't believe I let you go." She gathered him up in a hug. The little boy giggled, unaware of the danger he had been in. The other mother hugged them both. "That was so scary," she exclaimed. "Never again," the mother vowed. She gathered her son up in her arms and held him close, as though she would never let him go again. "That was too close." Nyra made her way slowly back to the hospital. It felt so good to feel a prompting again, to feel like she could make a difference. Even though the prompting hadn't been toward Gregan, she had helped someone. Even Betsy's continued presence in Gregan's room couldn't make her smile fade. Nyra stood near the window and watched the empty intersection, grateful no one had been hurt. Chapter 13. Death. He finished the rest of the list. When it was completed, he allowed Julia's name to guide him to her. He found her in the ICU at the hospital on the other side of the city. Her daughter slept in a chair near her mother's bed, her black hair disheveled and a teddy bear tucked under one arm. It still had a tag in its ear. Someone in the hospital must have taken pity on the little girl and brought her the gift. Death studied Julia's monitors, wishing he knew how to read them. A little voice spoke beside him.
"They told me she wasn't going to make it,"
The little girl said.
"but I told them the man in black said he wouldn't take her. He promised."
Death nodded and knelt down on the floor at her eye level, careful to keep just out of reach. "Did they believe you?" he asked gently. She shook her head, her eyes wide. A smile crossed her face.
"But she made it through the surgery even though they said she wouldn't. I heard the doctors talking. They said it was a miracle."
She winked at him.
"They said it would be another miracle if she made it through the night. We'll show them, won't we?"
Death smiled. He couldn't help himself. Cold, hard, unfeeling Death was moved by the belief of a 5-year-old. "What's your name?" he asked.
"Kenzie Mills."
"I'm glad you believed me." She smiled, and her whole face glowed. He rose. "I've got to go now." She nodded and scooted her chair closer to her mother's side. Her voice stopped him at the door.
"You didn't tell me your name."
He hesitated before looking back at her. "What?"
"Your name," she pressed. "You asked for mine. Now you have to tell me yours."
He debated about what to say. Death had many names, and none of them were pleasant. He gave up trying to pick one and settled for the most obvious. My name is Death. He watched carefully for her reaction.
Do you have a last name?
She asked as casually as if he had said his name was Bob. He shook his head. I think Death is enough. She shrugged.
I guess so. Goodbye, Death.
Goodbye, Kenzie Mills. She waved and he walked through the door. It's been quiet here. Sorry. Death felt guilty for his outburst. Returning to the hospital in his human form had taken more courage than he wanted to admit. He sat on the chair with his head bowed. He felt Nyra's presence, her silence, the compassion that shone in her eyes, the love she felt for Gregan. The thought clenched his heart, causing it to beat hard enough to hurt. He shifted slightly in the seat to ease the discomfort. What do you do when you're not here? Nyra's voice made him lift his head as much as her question. He could listen to her voice forever. His veins sang with it, and when he was out doing Death's work, he heard her voice in his head, disapproving of his job. He cracked a small smile. I'm an exterminator. For mice and stuff? At his evasive shrug, she smiled. That sounds nice. It's gotten a lot harder, he said honestly. He met her beautiful green gaze. Sometimes it's hard to kill things. She thought about his answer. I guess someone's gotta do it, or the world would be overrun. A laugh caught in his throat and turned into a cough. He looked up at her, wondering how she would feel if she really knew what she said. He settled back in the chair and laced his fingers in front of him, vowing to pay better attention to them in case his time living faded faster than he planned because of the names on his arm. Nyra, do you like being an angel? She laughed, a musical sound like raindrops on a pond. It warmed the air. Yes, she said, I definitely like it. I guess who wouldn't enjoy being an angel? Death mused. She gave him a curious look. Do you enjoy being an exterminator? He considered the question seriously. I used to, he said, studying his hands, but not anymore. Why not do something else? She asked. He fought back a wry smile. His gaze met hers with unsettling intensity. I would if I could, but I'm sort of stuck with it. At least you have other things you can do when you're not exterminating. Was that a wistful hint to her voice? Death's gaze sharpened, but Nyra bowed her head to look at Gregan. Her golden hair hid her expression from view. I come here, he said. She looked up at Death. You're a good brother. I'm sure it would mean a lot to Gregan to know you're by his side. I'm sure, Death mumbled. At her look, he searched for an explanation, settling on, we haven't been exactly close. It seems like that stuff doesn't matter in situations like these. All that matters is that you're here now. You are too, Death said. You're fighting for his life against death. What's that like? He's different than I thought he'd be, she admitted. Scarier? He asked, one side of him hoping it was true. The other side wished with all of his heart that she would say she didn't fear him like everyone else. She avoided appeasing either hope. Just, well, different. She crossed to the window. Death felt his fingers begin to slip. He wanted to stay. It was such a different experience having a normal conversation instead of one laced with fear and pleading. He wished he could talk to Nyra forever. His time of living was fading away. He rose and crossed to the door, turning the handle before his fingers failed him. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Nyra turned in surprise. Already? Death nodded. The life of an exterminator is demanding. She smiled a warm smile that ran through his body to the heart that pounded every time their eyes met. He closed his eyes for the briefest moment, holding on to that smile. It was for him, just him. It was the most precious gift anyone had ever given to him. And she gave it freely. He vowed to remember her smile for the length of his existence. He opened his eyes again and met her puzzled look. Good night, Nyra. He closed the door behind him, feeling lighter. He walked down the hallway and actually waved to the two nurses behind the main desk. He stared at his fading hand, a strange thing to do in the middle of the hospital with nurses watching. As casually as he could manage, he tucked his hand into his pocket and hurried down the hall. Chapter 14. Angel. Nyra stared after the man. He was strange, but he made her smile whenever he walked into the room. His visits were short, but it was obvious how much he cared about his brother. She had never known anyone who was an exterminator before. His job must be demanding to keep him out so often. When Betsy arrived, Nyra walked down the street. There was nothing she could do in the room, and death never seemed to visit during the early hours of the morning. She looked up at the dark windows that stretched far above her, apartments and businesses with only a few lights on inside. She wandered without a purpose until something told her to go inside an apartment complex. She hesitated on the stoop, unsure what she was doing. The feeling felt like the same pressure she had experienced at the intersection. Uncertainty filled her as she stepped through the closed door into the entryway. The apartment complex was old but maintained. Worn carpet ran up the stairs, but it looked as though it had been vacuumed within the last day or so. She made her way slowly up the stairs, wondering what she would find. The first landing was quiet as the inhabitants of the 6 apartments caught their last few hours of sleep before dawn. She continued up to the 2nd floor and heard the unmistakable cry of a newborn baby. The apartment next door to the baby had its television on, and she could hear the grumbling of its occupants about the baby that kept them up. Nyra followed the pressure through the door to the apartment. The baby's cry intensified. In the first bedroom, she found a little boy and a little girl sharing a mattress on the floor. The blanket was tattered but clean, and the serenity of sleep showed on their innocent faces. Smiles grew on their faces as Nyra's presence brightened their dreams. Nyra continued past the empty 2nd bedroom, with a bed whose blankets were still made and unslept in. A bassinet sat near the head of the bed that was also unoccupied. Nyra followed the hallway to the shared space that made up the kitchen and living area. A young woman stood near the window with the crying baby in her arms. She rocked from side to side and sang to it, but the baby continued to cry. When Nyra drew closer, she saw tears on the mother's cheeks. "Sleep, little Tanner," the mother said in a gentle voice. "You need your sleep." Her voice broke, but she continued to smile down at the crying newborn. "It's all right, my son. Close your eyes." Nyra's heart went out to the mother. She stood near her, uncertain what she was to do. The baby sounded so tired as it cried, as if they had stood there for hours. The young woman swayed gently from side to side in the natural rhythm all mothers shared. "I don't understand," the woman said in her same soft voice. "Maya and Daniel never cried for so long." An image showed in Nyra's mind. She smiled and set a hand on the woman's arm. The young mother paused in her swaying. She looked down at her infant as though wondering if such a simple thing could help. She walked over to the couch and set her son in the middle, then unwrapped his blankets. Instead of just wrapping them around him, she followed the instructions Nyra whispered in her ear. She pulled the corner of the blanket up so that it tucked against the baby's feet, then nestled the blanket under the baby's shoulder. She took the left corner and tucked it under the baby's right side, and did the same to the right corner, wrapping it around the baby's back. The result was a swaddled baby, his arms and legs gently nestled within the folds of the blanket. She picked him up and began rocking again. Within a few minutes, the infant was sound asleep. The mother stared down at her baby in awe. Gratitude shone on her face as she dried her tears. She held Tanner close and kissed him on his rosy cheek. "I love you," she whispered softly. Nyra walked back outside, feeling grateful that she was able to help someone else. It had been so long since she felt such promptings, and never before had she felt them for someone other than Gregan, while she was his angel. It wasn't much, but the fact that she had been able to help 2 young mothers made her smile all the way back to the hospital. Chapter 15. Death. Death couldn't help himself. As soon as he opened his eyes, he made his way to the hospital instead of following the new list on his arm. Gregan and Julia's names burned above the others, but he ignored them. He couldn't stay away from her. Being around Nyra was like drinking a sweet nectar that filled him with light and hope, things that were very painfully lacking in his life. Death didn't have time for such things, and he tried to remind himself of that very fact. But his feet ignored him, insubstantial though they were. He passed through the hospital door and made his way to Gregan's room. "Shouldn't you be destroying lives or whatever it is you do?" Death fought back a smile that would have looked very out of place amid his shadows and the chill of his cold gray eyes. "Shouldn't you be singing with a choir somewhere?" She gasped, then glared at him. "You were in a good mood." He shook his head. "Death is never in a good mood." "Do you talk about yourself in third person often?" she pressed, trying to distract him from Gregan. "I don't actually talk to people often. You're the—" He realized what she was doing and paused. A dark chuckle broke from him that sent chills down her arms. "Egging me on to keep my attention from Gregan isn't going to help him any." She stepped in front of him, blocking Death's path to the bed. He stared at Nyra, amazed at her courage. "You're being foolish." "You don't have to do this," she challenged. "Yes, I do," he said. On impulse, he pushed his arm from the shadows, showing her the names written upon it. Her eyes widened as she looked at the names etched in black along his pale skin. Gregan and Julia's names stood in bold contrast to the others. Nyra reached out a hand. Death drew his arm back. "Is that the name of the woman you didn't take?" she asked quietly. "The one under Gregan's?" He nodded, his gaze clouded in darkness. "The names get darker every day that I leave them alive." "Does it hurt?" she asked in a voice above a whisper. It did hurt. Gregan's ached, and Julia's was a dull throb that was stronger than the day before. Death nodded without answering. "And the other names?" Nyra asked, her voice timid, as if she wasn't sure she wanted to hear the answer. "They're my job for the day. The list has to be fulfilled." Death answered in an emotionless voice. She watched him, her eyebrows pinched together and emotions swirling in her eyes that Death couldn't read. One surfaced, startling him with stark clarity. Pity. She pitied him. He took a step back. He hadn't come for her pity. He hadn't shown her the list so she could sympathize with him. He merely showed it to her because, well, he hesitated. He didn't know why he had shown it to her. He hadn't shown it to anyone his entire existence. The list was his own, his to keep and his to complete. Why did he show it to her? "I've never left it incomplete before you stopped me," he said quietly. His admission surprised him. He took another step back toward the wall, increasing the distance between them for both their sakes. "I've never asked for anyone's life before," Nyra replied, her voice as soft as his. "I didn't think you would let him live." Death rubbed the back of his neck, but he couldn't feel it in his form. He let out a breath he hadn't needed to take. "I'm still not sure it was the right decision." "But here we are," Nyra gestured toward the bed. "You saved his life, and the life of the mother." He frowned, a terrifying expression on his face. "I didn't save them. I just prolonged their death." He shook his head. "I don't save anyone. I don't give. I take away. It's my job. It's the reason for my existence." "You gave me faith again," Nyra said. They were the last words he had ever imagined he would hear. He stared at her. She blinked, her eyes bright. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice betraying him with the slightest tremble. "When Gregan was hit by that drunk driver, I questioned everything I stood for, Nyra said. She met his gaze and her tears broke free. I wondered why I even existed if I couldn't prevent something so horrible from happening. He didn't deserve it. I had failed him. The tears on her cheeks begged to be wiped free. Death ached to hold her, to comfort her the way he had seen mothers comfort crying children, or husbands soothing the sobs of their wives. He lifted a hand. When he realized what he was doing, he dropped it back to his side. Darkness swirled around him, reminding him that she was an angel, and he was death. When I saw you reaching for him, my whole world stopped. Her voice cracked. She pushed on. Then you hesitated because I asked you to. You left Gregan, and the doctors were able to keep his heart going. You made me believe again. In what? Death didn't want to ask, but he had to know. Nyra waved her arm, taking in the room and the world beyond. That there's a reason for all of this. Death no longer believed her. There is no reason, he said bitterly. Nothing matters. His voice lowered into an angry growl. All of this is for nothing. You believe in your reasons all you want, but it doesn't take Gregan's name off the list, and it doesn't remove Julia's. He met her searching gaze with an angry glare. She didn't cower. He let out an explosive breath and walked away. Darkness obscured his vision. Then he was through the wall. He was about to leave the hospital when his arm gave an unexpected tingle. He glanced down at the list of names. One stood out from the rest. Rosemary Abbott. As he followed the name, the path became familiar. His steps slowed when he reached the room. The word Diablo whispered through the doorway. He crossed the threshold and met a pair of familiar blue eyes. Rosemary? He asked softly. She blinked. Instead of defiance, there were tears in her eyes. She shook her head, her movements frail. I didn't believe I would be happy to see you, she said, her voice wavering. Her white curls were pressed to her head, and she held a hand to her heart, covering the flower print of her hospital gown with fragile fingers. But I feel it here. Tears shone in the low light. I feel the weakness. Death's heart gave an answering throb. He put a hand to it, trying to keep it from beating. Death had no use for a heartbeat. He was ready to stop pretending he had a heart. He crossed to her bedside, anxious to get it over with. She reached out a hand. He hesitated, then felt her thoughts crash over him. He saw her as a toddler, reaching for a dog's wet nose. Somebody shooed the dog away, but she wanted him to come back. The image changed, showing a pool of water. Kids laughed in the pool, waving for her to join them. She grabbed a thick rope and swung out. For a moment, she was suspended in mid-air. Then she plummeted into the water and came up laughing. She was a woman ice skating across a frozen pond, her hand held by a young man who smiled at her, his gaze promising to take care of her and keep her safe. The next memory showed Rosemary at a funeral service. 2 young children stood by her side. Death recognized the man in the picture by the casket. He tried to fight the memories. They swam over him again. Blue and white flowers encircled the casket, matching the officer's uniform the man wore. Death knew the man's face. He remembered the feeling of the uniform beneath his fingers. He saw the bullet hole through the man's chest. He heard him whisper, Rosemary. Death fell to his knees on the hospital floor. He shook his head, trying to clear the images from his mind. Rosemary reached down for him. I'm ready, she said. I want to go home. Death put his hands over his head, trying desperately to sink through the floor, to be anywhere but at the bedside of the woman whose husband he had taken away. I can't do it, he whispered. You must, she said, because if you don't, who will? He sat in silence for several minutes, staring at the white tile floor and trying to will his heart to slow or stop altogether. He preferred the latter. It would be easier if he didn't have a heart at all, especially if it was going to hurt so badly. "I need your help," the woman said, breaking a silence so thick the sound of the monitors was drowned in it. "I can't help," Death replied. "I'm the devil, remember? A soul snatcher, a thief." He quoted her, feeling every syllable like glass shards shoved into his chest. "You're a rescuer from pain," the woman answered, repeating his words. "I'm so tired of pain." He shook his head, kneeling on the floor with his elbows on his knees and his hair brushing the cool tiles. "I don't want to do it anymore." When the woman spoke again, it was with desperate pleading in her shaking voice. "Then let me be your last. I need to go home." Death rose slowly. He felt as though he couldn't get enough air to breathe, even though he didn't need air. He wanted to lean against something, to hold on to anything strong enough to support him, but his form was insubstantial, merely shadows in the darkness that cloaked him. He felt like he would blow away. He wished it would happen. Rosemary's eyes crinkled at the corners. "You've changed," she said. "Where's the brash arrogance you carried a few days ago? The man who wanted to take me even when it wasn't my time? Where's the darkness I saw in your eyes?" "I met an angel," he replied, though he didn't know why he told her. "Ah," she replied with a nod as if that answered everything. "What does that mean?" She smiled at the desperation in his tone. Her false teeth were in a cup by her bedside, so the edges of her smile were softened, drawing a pang of hope from him that he dared not believe in. "Angels change people." "They guide them," he corrected softly. She shook her head. "Sheep are guided. Men and women are not sheep. Angels make them want to be better, help them to be. Angels know the very best of us and help us see our potential." "But she despises me," Death said, hanging his head. "She might despise who you were those few days ago when you argued with an old woman about when she was going to die, but I really don't think she would harbor the same feelings if she saw you now." "I'm pretty sure she does." Rosemary motioned for him to come closer. She lowered her voice. "Sweetheart, you have a job to do. It's your job. I have family waiting for me on the other side. I just want to get to them." She pressed a hand to her heart and winced. The monitor by her head gave a series of beeps. Her eyes widened. "I want to go before the nurses come in. I'm so tired of being poked and prodded. They mean well, but I've worn out this body. I'm ready to be done with it." Death nodded. He let out a slow breath, feeling as though he needed to confess before he helped her leave. "I took your husband," he said gently. Pain showed on Rosemary's weathered face. She closed her eyes tight, but a tear escaped to slide from the corner of her eye into her hair. "He was only 30, she said. "Our life together had just started." She sniffed, touching a piece of worn napkin to her nose. "He promised to be there for me." Death nodded. "I'm so sorry. He didn't deserve to go." She opened her eyes and they sparked. "No, he didn't. But it wasn't your fault. It was the fault of the drug bust he got caught up in. The fault of drug lords who put guns in the hands of children." She gave a tiny smile. "I'm glad if he had to go, he went with you." Death blinked back tears, but they broke free. He reached out a hand. "I would be honored to show you the way home, Rosemary Abbott." She smiled a crinkled smile and accepted his hand. Her fingers felt feather light, her skin as soft as a rose petal. Death's heart gave a painful thump at the reminder of the name on his arm. He closed his eyes and showed her the path to the gateway. Her final breath escaped her lips in a sigh. A small smile showed the dimple in the left corner of her cheek. Death walked away, one less name on his list, and a strange linger to his gait. His heart slowed, then stopped beating. Part of his soul, if he had a soul, stayed in the hospital when he walked through the doors and left the room behind. Chapter 16. Angel. Nyra waited until Betsy showed up, then wandered down the street in the twilight. Gregan's numbers were getting better. The doctors had confirmed the fact that afternoon. He was improving despite the odds against him. Nyra wanted him to get better, but she was afraid of what would happen afterwards. Would he still need her? If she was dismissed as his guardian, would they assign her to someone else? That's what normally happened, but she had gone against protocol. She had argued with death. A siren sounded in the distance. Nyra followed the sidewalk, listening to the sounds of laughter and talking from within the buildings she passed. She was about to turn a corner when the screech of brakes reached her ears. She spun back around in time to see a car veer across the yellow lines that separated the direction of traffic and crash into the corner of the building across the street. The crunch of metal, shattered glass, and a honking horn broke the calm evening. Nyra hurried across the road. A man leaned against the airbag. His eyes were closed and his head hung at a strange angle. Nyra feared he was dead. Then he let out a groan and put a hand to his head.
"Are you all right, Megan?"
he asked. Nyra followed his gaze to the woman in the passenger seat.
"Megan!"
the man exclaimed. Megan's airbag hadn't deployed. She leaned with her head against the dashboard. Blood streamed down from a gash in her forehead. "Help them," a prompting pushed Nyra. She rushed forward as the man struggled out of his seat.
"Help!"
he yelled.
"Someone call an ambulance!"
He ran around the car, but couldn't pull open Megan's door.
"What do I do?"
he asked, panic thick in his voice. Nyra set a hand on his shoulder. "Be calm," she whispered. "Grab the sweatshirt from the back seat and hold it against her forehead. Don't move her. She's better off there until the ambulance arrives." The man did as she prompted. His fingers trembled as he held the cloth against Megan's forehead, but he fought back his panic. Megan let out a quiet gasp. "Talk to her," Nyra whispered. "Let her know what happened."
"It's all right, darling," the man said. "We got in an accident. The brakes wouldn't work and we crashed, but you're going to be okay."
An ambulance siren called down the street. "The ambulance is on its way," Nyra said.
"Help is almost here, Meg. Don't you worry."
"Are you all right?" Megan asked, her words muffled as she leaned closer to her husband.
"I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about,"
he replied, his voice tight.
"But you're going to be okay."
Nyra stepped back as EMTs hurried to assist the couple. She didn't leave until they were safely inside the ambulance. The last thing she saw was their hands entwined before the last EMT shut the door. The bell sounded. Nyra didn't fight the pull toward the place of accounting, but when she reached the doors, she waited until the other angels had gone inside. Then she returned to the rose-covered alley and sat in somewhat peaceful silence until it was time to return to Gregan's side. Chapter 17. Death. Death sat on the subway. He watched people get on and off without a care for where he ended up. The harder he tried to ignore the names on his list, the more they burned and throbbed. He listened to the conversations and pretended for just a moment that he was one of them, a person among a crowd, forgotten in his familiarity. He was part of the mass, en route to some place where others would welcome him. He bowed his head and studied his hands, wondering what it felt like to be welcomed.
You weren't there a moment ago.
Death looked up. A boy of about 6 watched him with wide eyes. His mother sat on the bench across from Death, oblivious of their conversation. "What was that?" Death asked politely.
1 minute the bench was empty, then you were there," the boy exclaimed.
Death realized that he was in living form. He looked around quickly, wondering if anyone else had noticed. When nobody seemed remotely interested in their end of the subway car, he leaned closer to the boy. "I'm magic." The boy sat back with a big grin. Death's arm gave a sharp throb. He looked down. One name in particular tingled. "Hold still, Stevie," the mother scolded. Death's blood ran cold. The name Stephen Montgomery gave another throb. When the little boy's mother turned her attention back to her magazine, Death leaned closer. "Does your last name happen to be Montgomery?" He didn't need the boy's enthusiastic nod. The answering tingle in his arm made him feel nauseous. He sat back and wrapped his arms tightly around his chest. He was supposed to take the life of the little boy in front of him. It wasn't as if he should just go up and touch him. Something was going to happen to take the boy to the edge of dying. Death would then finish the job. If he only knew what it was going to be. As if the question unlocked some part of his mind he had never accessed before, images swam over Death with an intensity that held him completely still. He saw the subway slow. Then the doors opened and people exchanged places in the car. A man in a gray hoodie holding a paper bag stepped into their car. Before the subway train started moving, the man pulled a gun out of the bag. "Give me your purses and wallets," he yelled. People rushed to obey. Several pulled off rings and watches, familiar with the drill. Death kept his attention on the little boy and his mom. Stevie's mother fumbled with her purse and dropped the contents of her wallet all over the floor of the car. "Pick it up!" the robber yelled. The mother hurried, reaching for a dollar bill and several quarters. Stevie helped by holding open the wallet. His mother put in the last bill. She tried to take the wallet from Stevie, but he turned to give it to the robber. She stumbled and fell against the man in the hoodie. His finger tightened on the trigger. The sound of the bullet in the enclosed place of the subway car ricocheted sharply, as if a dozen had fired instead of one. Red blossomed across the front of the boy's dinosaur shirt. His mother screamed.
"I asked if you're going to watch the game,"
Stevie asked, his face in front of Death's.
"My dad's going there. We're watching from home."
His brown eyes were so big and hopeful. There was something about Death that interested him. The innocence of his expression stole something from Death. Was it his resolve? His tenacity? Death rubbed the back of his neck. It was his drive. He couldn't do it anymore. He gave up. The subway began to slow. Stevie's mother waved the boy back over to their seat. Death watched the doors open. His hand tightened on the arm of the bench when the man in the gray hoodie stepped through. "Give me your purses and wallets!" he yelled. Death dove forward before the man could react. He caught the gun the man pulled from the bag and shoved it upward. The man's fingers tightened on the trigger. Death flinched at the repercussion of 2 bullets firing into the ceiling. People screamed. Death slammed the man's arm against a handrail, forcing him to drop the gun. 2 men from the other side of the car tackled the robber to the ground. Within minutes, the situation was under control, and everyone was safe. Police officers hurried up. Death slipped out of the door during the commotion. He looked back and found the little boy watching him through the window. His arm gave one more angry throb. Death smiled a true smile and waved at the boy. Stevie waved back. Death shoved his hands in his pockets and walked with forced nonchalance down the walkway. Was it coincidence that the stairs brought him a block from the hospital? Death didn't know. Part of him wanted to run straight to Nyra and tell her about the little boy. The other part warned that she would never speak to him again if she knew he was Death. It was better if he stayed away. She could only be hurt by being around him. Yet his feet took him to Gregan's door. It felt like he blinked and he was there, but the moments it took to find Nyra near the window felt like the longest of his existence. There she stood, encircled in golden hair, her gaze on the cars that passed without knowledge of the heartache contained in the tiny room. The syncopated rhythm of the monitors was almost musical to his ears, like a song of welcome. He chuckled. It wasn't quite the welcome he had thought of on the subway. Nyra turned at the sound. Upon seeing him, her gaze changed from searching and lost to warmth and happiness in an instant. The knowledge that he was the reason for the change warmed Death's heart. He put a hand to his chest, aware that his heart had started beating again. "It's a bit quiet here without you," Nyra admitted. A hint of red stole across her cheeks. Death thought it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "I'll get here sooner tomorrow," he promised, his voice tight. "I'd like that," she replied shyly. He took a seat next to the bed, choosing a safer topic. "How's Gregan?" She looked at the still form fondly. "The doctors say his numbers are looking better." Death frowned for a second. He had never truly considered what would happen if Gregan woke up. Nyra would be able to be the man's guardian once more. She would leave. "Is everything all right?" she asked. Death shook his head, clearing the thoughts. If he had learned anything in the past few days, it was to appreciate the few peaceful moments he had. "It's nothing," he said. She didn't press him. Instead, she asked, "What was the best thing that happened to you today?" Taken by surprise, he said the first thing that came to his mind. "A little boy smiled at me." He heard his words and held up a hand. That sounded creepy. He made a mental note to think before he spoke next time. She laughed. "I think it's sweet." He grinned, his first real grin. "It's just that kids are usually scared of me," he said truthfully. It was nice to talk. He had saved the boy's life instead of taking it. Stevie's name throbbed on Death's arm. Nyra gave an understanding smile. "Children are wary of strangers." "I'm pretty strange," he said, drawing another laugh from her. She crossed closer to him, her smile warm. "What did you talk about?" He asked why I was in the subway. Death rubbed his arm subconsciously. His name was Stevie. Nyra's face lit up. "I used to be a guardian for a boy named Stevie. That was way before Gregan, but the boy needed every moment of my time. I could barely get away for accounting." Her expression changed when she said the last sentence. Sadness brushed past her eyes the way a cloud covered the sun, casting shadow in its path. Death's heartbeat slowed. "What's wrong?" he asked. He wanted to hold out a hand to her, to comfort her the way people comforted each other all over the world. It was only with the strongest self-control that he was able to keep still. He watched her intently, searching for the source of her sorrow. She gave a shrug, a mere movement of light around her. "Nothing you would be able to help with," she said. She smiled at him. "But I'm happy you made a friend." Death was lost for a second. Then he realized she was talking about Stevie. "I guess so," he said. Silence fell between them. Then he had an idea. "Want to hear a memory?" "I would love to." She leaned forward, listening eagerly. Death closed his eyes, remembering Rosemary's thoughts. "All my friends were in the lake. It was a summer day, so hot the air shimmered, making everything look like a mirage. The lake was the only place to be." Death felt the heat creeping down the back of his neck. The water below looked like a giant mirror reflecting the pale blue sky. The rope felt rough beneath his fingers. I swung and landed in the lake with a splash that soaked everyone. The water was cool and felt the way a cold glass of lemonade bites at your throat on a warm day. It was perfect. He sat back in the chair, caught between both worlds. The memory felt so real. Rosemary had given him a priceless gift. He had fulfilled her last request. His throat tightened. He cleared it and sat forward, rubbing his face with both hands. "Sorry," he said. "I got a little carried away." "It was beautiful," Nyra breathed. Death looked up to see her near the corner of Gregan's bed. Her fingers trailed over the sheets. Death wondered if she could feel it. Her eyes were bright and gazed distant when she said, "I felt like I was there." Me too, Death said softly. What do you mean? He fought back an embarrassed smile. Sometimes memories feel so real. He recognized the lessening sensation he was beginning to associate with his form changing. He rose. I've got to go. At the look on her face, he gave a gentle smile. But I'll be back tomorrow. I promise. I'll be waiting. Good night, Nyra. He headed for the door. Good night, She paused, then said, I don't know your name. Death turned slowly. The smile she gave him showed her embarrassment. I feel like I know you so well, yet I don't even know your name. I don't think it ever came up, she said. I feel so callous. My name is Det. He caught himself. He could give everything away if he told her he would no longer be living a charade, hiding behind a facade as Gregan's brother. She would know who he was, and he wouldn't have to pretend any longer. But when he was pretending, he felt the most like himself. He thought quickly. Devin. My name is Devin. She smiled. Devin, it fits you. He opened the door. See you tomorrow. He shut it and leaned against it for a minute. Feeling left his hands. His heart gave a quick staccato beat. Then it faded away. Devin, he heard Nyra muse through the door. I like Devin. His heartbeat started again so fast, he worried it might burst out of his chest. She didn't mean it that way, he told himself as he made his way back to his apartment. Yet one side of him hoped it was true. I like Devin. She just meant the name, that's all. Nothing more. But what if? Death shook himself as he walked through the closed door of his apartment. He wished he could slam it shut. Somehow that would feel better, an outlet for all his pent-up frustration. He fell onto the bed and closed his eyes. Soon enough, it would be a new day with new names. His thoughts refused to stop whirling. He kept seeing Nyra smile when he told her about jumping into the lake. It wasn't even his memory. He had stolen it. He had told her a lie. I never really said it was my memory, he reminded himself. I asked her if she wanted to hear a memory. I never told her it was mine. It's semantics, really. He put his hands over his face, willing his brain to shut up. It was strange not being able to feel his own face, like his fingers rested on nothing. He rubbed his eyes hard, but couldn't feel it. He slammed his hands down on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Mold from a leak in the roof ate at the corner. A brown stain ran down the wall from the leak to the floor. A crack showed at the opposite corner and reached almost to the middle of the ceiling. The light turned on when it wanted to, which was usually when he didn't want it to. The dangling chain that hung from it had stopped being an effective way to turn on the bare bulb long ago. And since Death never had any use for light, he had stopped caring. A mouse squeaked in the kitchen. Since Death couldn't taste, he never kept food in there. It baffled him that the rodents and bugs kept coming back, even though there wasn't anything to eat. He supposed they liked the company. They didn't even have the decency to scatter on the few occasions he stood in the kitchen. Apparently, they felt like the apartment was theirs because they, at least, were substantial enough to leave droppings and make a mess everywhere. The bulb flickered on overhead. Death flung an arm over his eyes to shut out the light. He was sure the place wasn't up to code, though he doubted he would die from whatever diseases the apartment harbored. Death with mold would certainly give people a reason to run from him. He groaned and rolled over. How does Nyra even stand me? He asked. He shut his eyes again, and his world revolved. Chapter 18. Angel. Nyra couldn't get Devin's expression out of her mind. She stood next to the door where he had been. His visits were so brief, yet she found herself musing on them long after he had gone. There was such warmth in his eyes when he told her about the lake. The fact that he had shared such a memory with her meant more than she expressed to him. Such a thing was priceless, something to be treasured. When he was talking about the lake, she saw something in his eyes. He no longer looked worn, as though he had seen too much of the world. His face lit up. His smile softened his countenance, and she saw the little boy who grabbed the rope and jumped into the cold water. Something had changed inside of her at that moment. She couldn't stop smiling as she thought about him. Even though nobody could see her, she felt ridiculous as she grinned at the thought of him returning the next evening. "Stop it," she scolded herself out loud. It was bad enough that she had fallen for Gregan. Now she had feelings for his brother? She shook her head. It couldn't be. Yet, as she stood near Gregan's bed and watched his sleeping form, she couldn't help thinking of the dark-haired, gray-eyed brother who sat in the chair looking as though every care in the world rested on his shoulders. Chapter 19. Death. 3 names now. Death stared at the list on his arm. Gregan Parker, Julia Mills, and Stephen Montgomery stood out at the top of the list and darker than the rest. Death sighed and pushed off the bed. He made his way to the street where several people were clustered on a corner. Curious, he reached them in time to see a man in a red shirt punch the face of a skinny man with scraggly hair. The skinny man tackled the other one to the ground. A woman stood near them with a hand to her mouth. A purse lay forgotten on the ground. The red-shirted man grabbed the skinny one by the arm, looped a leg around his knee, and in a second had the skinny man on his back and was pummeling him thoroughly. "Think you're smart, stealing purses?" the man asked before slamming him with another haymaker to the jaw. The skinny man's head bounced off the pavement. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he continued to glare at the man on top of him. "Someone call the police," the man in the red shirt said. Cell phones appeared from the crowd. "Zach, be careful," the woman on the sidewalk called in a trembling voice. Death's arm throbbed at the name. He pulled up his sleeve and his stomach clenched at the name. Zachary Varnes. The woman screamed. He looked up in time to see the purse snatcher pull a knife from his pocket and stab Zach in the stomach. Zach gasped. 2 other men ran forward and caught the purse snatcher before he could get away. Zach fell to the pavement. "Zach, no!" the woman yelled. She dropped to her knees by his side. Death stood next to her. Zach's eyes were glazing over. The angle of the knife cut up through his chest, no doubt puncturing a lung and cutting other vital organs. Death knelt next to the woman. "You're going to be okay," she said over and over again. Zach clutched his stomach around the knife. His hands were already covered in blood. Everyone in the crowd stood frozen, unsure how to help. In Death's insubstantial form, there was nothing he could do except end the man's pain. Death closed his eyes and reached out a hand. "Zach, stay with me," the woman begged. As soon as Death touched him, memories began to race. He saw Zach as a boy at a baseball game. A ball raced toward him. A sharp crack sounded when the ball connected with the bat. It flew over the heads of the other players and across the field. Zach let out a whoop and raced around the bases. The memory shifted. Lights glittered around a tree. Voices argued in the next room. Zach sat next to a young girl. They exchanged a look as if hearing their parents argue wasn't anything new. Zach tossed a candy cane at his sister. She giggled and unwrapped it. The scent of peppermint touched the air. A star-spotted sky stretched as far as the eye could see. Zach stood on top of a mountain outcropping, viewing the valley from hundreds of feet above it. "It's so beautiful," a girl breathed. The view shifted, and Death saw the woman who knelt by Zach on the street. She was younger. Her hair was dark instead of blonde, but her blue eyes were the same. The way she looked at Zach, it was obvious to see the love in them. "Not as beautiful as you, Trish," Zach said. He dropped to one knee on the dusty ground. Her hand flew to her face. "Please marry me and make me the happiest man on earth," he said. "Yes, yes," she replied. Her hand shook as he slipped the ring on her finger. He rose and gathered her in a tight hug. Still holding her, he shouted over the valley, "I'm the happiest man in the world!" She laughed, then stumbled slightly. "What is it?" Zack asked suddenly, filled with concern.
Is it your heart?
I just need to rest a minute, she said. It's so exciting. He led her to the car and quickly opened the door. He helped her inside, then watched her anxiously. She gave a little laugh. I'm all right, Zack. She put a hand over her heart. It's just a little flutter, that's all. I'm just so happy. He knelt by the open door and took her hands in his. The ring on her finger caught the starlight, splashing them both with small rainbow dots.
I promise I'll take care of you, Trish. You'll never have to worry again.
Death's arm gave a strong throb. He opened his eyes in time to see the woman fall to the ground. Spectators rushed over to her. The sound of an ambulance siren pierced the air. Death looked down at the next name on his arm. Patricia Varnes. He swallowed against the lump that tightened his throat. Her hand was on Zack's chest, her eyes already closed. Death took a shuddering breath and covered her hand with his own.
Say yes,
A little girl with Trisha's big blue eyes demanded. Fine. Yes, a little boy with a shock of blonde hair replied. Trish giggled and spun in a circle.
Then we're married.
She turned to a row of stuffed animal bears and dollies that had been set up on the grass.
I'm Mrs. Johnny Tisdale,
she said, giggling. She picked up a bear.
This is our son. You have to take care of him now.
She pushed the bear into the boy's unwilling arms. He grumbled and sat on the grass. Trish picked up a dolly.
This is our daughter. I'm going to take her shopping.
She tucked the dolly in the crook of her elbow and skipped across the lawn to a little playhouse. The memories shifted. Death saw an older Trish crying on a bed with maroon blankets. A woman with eyes a shade darker than Trish's rubbed her back. It'll be all right, darling, her mother spoke in gentle, soothing tones. I hate boys, Trish said, burying her head in the pillows. Why do they have to be so stupid? He's trying his best, her mother said. Trish moved slightly and the picture she clutched came into view. It was a wrinkled photograph of Zack, young and in army fatigues. He didn't smile in the picture, but he looked proud, his jaw straight and gazed toward the camera, as if promising to protect the world. I don't want him to go, Trish sobbed. He's very brave, her mother said. You should be proud of him. She sniffed. I am, she finally admitted. I just miss him so badly. Her mother tucked Trish's hair behind her ear. Did you take your medicine, honey? Trish shook her head. Come on, then. I'll make us some lemonade, her mother offered. Trish was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I would like that, she said softly. Memories changed until Death saw an auditorium with flags hanging from every wall. Banners that proclaimed, Welcome home, Zachary, were strung across the doorways. A podium was set up, and an older gentleman in a dark green uniform was speaking. Death spotted Zack on the stage. He looked the same, yet different. Something had changed in his eyes. He studied the people sitting below him as if seeing them for the first time. He had protected them with his life, and now he was back. Things he had seen shadowed the depths of his gaze, but the smile on his face was genuine. When his gaze met Trish's, there was so much love nothing could stand in their way. Death stepped back from the pair. His heart gave 2 shuddering beats, one for each soul he had shown the path to the gateway. They looked so peaceful together on the street, their eyes closed and Trish's hand on Zack's. What he would have given to let them live. Yet the life they had experienced together was so beautiful. Death walked away with his head low and eyes clouded. The names disappeared from his arm. He sat on a stoop of a bakery shop, wishing he could smell the rolls and bread being baked within. Those who passed by commented on how good it smelled. At least it would distract him from the heaviness in his chest. Some walked through him, in or out of the bakery. They paused when they did so. One commented that a storm must be coming because the air felt chilly, and another felt like crying but couldn't explain why. Death ignored them and kept his head bowed, wondering what the point was. He's having a heart attack, someone yelled down the street. Not again, Death said quietly. He usually had to go looking for the names on his list. For some reason, now they were finding him. Death looked up to see several people easing an older gentleman to his back on the sidewalk. He clutched his left arm and his face was twisted in agony. Wrinkles lined his skin, but they looked like they were caused by smiling rather than age. His hair was white and covered by a tan and orange cap that matched one worn by a young boy who knelt at his side. The boy looked up at a man who was no doubt his father by their identical eyes and the worried pucker between their eyebrows.
Dad, can you hear me? The man asked.
Jeremy, is he going to be all right?
A young lady cried, clutching the older man's arm.
Grandpa!
The boy called frantically.
Grandpa!
Death's arm gave a twinge. He didn't look down. He crossed slowly to the group. A man with red hair was talking quickly on a cell phone. By the sound of it, he was giving directions to the paramedics. The woman next to him held an infant in her arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. Another young man stood with his arm around an older woman whose hair was gray and laugh lines matched those of the man on the ground. She repeated a name over and over again.
Gordon, it's going to be okay. Gordon, please don't leave me.
She tried to kneel down, but she held a cane, and the man beside her braced her up.
It's going to be all right, Mom. The ambulance is on its way, right, Jeff?
The man on the cell phone nodded, but continued speaking into the phone.
I'm not ready.
Death looked down to see Gordon Jacobson looking directly at him. The older man's eyes were wide with pain, but he was lucid, and his aged green eyes bore into Death's.
I'm not ready,
he repeated. Death crouched outside the ring of people that surrounded the man.
The list says you are,
he told Gordon. Gordon looked up at his wife. She clutched the arm of their son and tears rolled down her face. He shook his head.
I can't go yet.
Look at me, Dad, one of the sons said frantically. The grandson with the matching hat held Gordon's hand as though it was a lifeline.
I'm not supposed to leave you,
Death said.
Just for a while longer,
Gordon replied, his voice calm even through the pain.
Who's he talking to?
A woman asked, her tone tight with worry.
What difference will it make?
Death pressed. It was the most important question, one he had to know the answer to. In answer, the air sparked between them. Death saw images in his mind. They weren't memories. The edges shimmered and distorted. He saw Gordon watching a graduation. The grandson who wore the matching hat walked across a stage filled with other students. A sign in front of the podium said, "Congratulations, 8th graders." The image shifted. Death watched a baby as it was brought into the world. The dad smiled and patted Gordon on the back.
20 grandchildren, Pops! What a legacy!
The final scene appeared in a blur of white. They were in a different hospital room. This time, Gordon's wife was on the bed. He held her hand, his gaze soft. "You promised to take care of me," the woman said in a voice softer than a whisper. "You've done that and so much more. I'll be waiting for you." Gordon leaned over and kissed her forehead, his tears mingling with hers.
I won't be far behind,
he whispered. She smiled and closed her eyes. Death took a shuddering breath and lifted his gaze to where Gordon lay on the sidewalk.
I promised,
Gordon said. Death nodded. He rose and watched them load Gordon onto a stretcher. Gordon lifted a hand as he was wheeled to the ambulance. Death waved his in return. He drifted back the way he had come. The telling throb of the name on his arm told of another job left incomplete. He returned to the steps of the bakery. All at once, the smells came to him. He jerked his head around, staring wide-eyed at the open door behind him. Scents of rolls, sourdough, wheat buns, and loaves of bread tangled around him like a spider web, overwhelming him with the amazing smells. He rose in a daze and wandered through the door. Inside, people bought loaves and baguettes, packages of rolls and buns. He watched money exchange hands and saw a little girl lick her lips at the prospect of a cinnamon roll. Death laughed. In his memory, he had never laughed. hadn't so much as smiled except for the one that brought the women to him and got him whatever he wanted. But that wasn't him. Not really. The laughter that rolled from his chest came from deep down in places he hadn't known light existed, until it escaped from him in waves. He inhaled the scent of yeast and butter, salt, and the heat of ovens, and let out the breath with laughter that doubled him over and had him clutching his stomach. He didn't know why it was so funny, or why he felt so good when he stood gasping for bread-scented air, but he couldn't stop smiling when he left the bakery. Those he passed turned back to look. It wasn't fear that tickled the backs of their necks, but something else, some unexplainable sensation that made them want to smile and run away at the same time. Chapter 20. Angel. Nyra paced the room. Devon had said he would return. The thought made her stomach do a little flip. She couldn't remember being so nervous. All at once, a memory rose from her mind. She let it soak through her, brimming with all the enthusiasm and eagerness of youth. She was a child at a spelling bee. She sat on the front row, the third seat from the left. It was almost her turn. Mother had gone over the list with her so many times, both of them lost count. She couldn't hold still. Her fingers were shaking. She wanted so badly to run away from the stage, but Mother was down below, watching with shining eyes. When her name was called, Nyra walked slowly to the podium. The presenter said a word. Nyra had to ask her to repeat it. She still couldn't quite understand, but she tried anyway. E-N-D-I-B-L-E, she spelled. "I'm sorry, but that's incorrect," the presenter said. "Please take a seat below." Nyra glanced at her mother. It didn't matter that she had spelled the word completely incorrect. She still wasn't sure what word she was supposed to have spelled, but the pride that shone on her mother's face took away any guilt or sorrow. She had tried, and that was all Mother wanted her to do. Mother was proud of her. The memory drifted along, carrying Nyra away. She seldom let herself get caught up in her memories. It was a different life, a different time. She was an angel now, far from her life, yet it was a part of her as well. Memories drifted through her childhood and teenage years. She saw the beat-up purple Volkswagen that had been her first car, one that flooded inside if she ever drove through a puddle, and if she turned on the heater, it filled the interior with exhaust. But she loved that little purple car. She saw her first crush, her first kiss, and then the kiss that pronounced her as wife to the most wonderful man in the world. "You don't have to go," Tyler said, tucking her hair behind her ear as he smiled down at her. "It'll be all right," she reassured him, standing on her tiptoes to give him a kiss. "I'll be back in a week." Though they had been married a year, a week away felt like an eternity. She waved at him as he walked back through the airport terminal, clutching the box of chocolates he had surprised her with before her flight. He waved back and held up his hand in the sign language for love. It was their sign. They did it whenever they parted. She held up her hand, and he grinned before disappearing around the corner. The man in front of her shuffled his steps. When everyone else was busy placing their shoes and purses in the bins to be scanned, he stalled, checking his phone for the 100th time. Behind Nyra, a young couple smiled and joked as they helped their son put his Mickey Mouse backpack in a bin. He was worried about his stuffed bear, but they reassured him the bear would be just fine. Nyra turned just as the man in front of her pulled something from his jacket. Shots rang through the air. Time slowed. A security officer dove toward the man. The young father behind her reached for his son's hand, but the boy was trying to pull his bear from the backpack. The man with the gun turned. A bullet drove into the metal next to the conveyor belt with a sharp ring. His finger tightened on the trigger again. Nyra grabbed the boy and turned, shielding him with her body. She felt the jarring impact of the bullet that entered her back. She knew the pain would follow later, but it never did. 3 airport security officers tackled the man. The gun hit the floor and slid next to Nyra's foot. The young couple knelt beside her. The father took his son gently from her arms. The mother held Nyra, tears streaming down her face. Nyra closed her eyes and let the memory fade away.
Are you all right?
The sound of Devon's voice brought her back to the present with a jolt. She opened her eyes and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Sorry," she said. "Don't mind me." Devon's eyes were bright with worry. He stood by the foot of Gregan's bed as if he wanted to go to her, but wasn't sure how to help. His concern filled her with 100 emotions. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. It had been so long since someone was concerned about her.
Is there anything I can do?
The warm syllables of his voice made her smile. She wished she could tell him just how much she had missed him. "I'm all right," she said. He gestured toward his brother.
Gregan looks better. I think he's on the upside of it now.
It was suddenly important to her that he knew her tears hadn't been for Gregan. He was getting better, and he had Betsy. Gregan's fiancé had shown her love in 1,000 ways since he had been in the hospital. She would take care of him far better than Nyra was able to. She pushed the guilt down. "I wasn't crying for Gregan. I was just—" She didn't know what to say. There was no protocol for talking to humans who saw guardian angels. She didn't know if she should tell him anything or not. Devon took a step closer. He looked as though it cost him to stand next to her, as if it took every ounce of willpower to hold still. Dark hair fell in front of one of his eyes. She wanted to push it back and imagined how it would feel. It had been so long since she had felt anything.
What made you cry, Nyra?
Her heart sang at her name from his lips. She couldn't deny him the truth. "I was just remembering my life." Devon stared at her. She immediately regretted the statement, but before she could take it back, he said in a soft voice,
You were alive once? Like Gregan?
"Like you," she replied. He blinked, then glanced at Gregan.
You remember it?
His words were bare, stark as if they were the most important thing in the world, even though he tried not to show it. She wondered what made him look so sad, so empty. Perhaps it was the thought of her life that had passed. Perhaps he had just had a rough day as an exterminator. She gave him a gentle smile. "It was a wonderful life." He watched her. His eyebrows pulled together, and there was something unfathomable in his eyes.
I'm glad,
he said finally, the hint of a smile at his lips.
You deserve a beautiful life.
"Thank you," she said, touched. He watched her a few more seconds, then turned away as though realizing what he was doing. He took a seat at Gregan's side and smiled at her again. The glow in his eyes filled her with warmth. She drifted closer.
Want to hear another memory?
"I would love to," she replied. Chapter 21. Death.
I followed the path to the lake. I don't know what made me walk that way, but when I got there, it was the most amazing thing.
Death sat back in the chair in Gregan's room and smiled at Nyra, recounting the memory as though it was his own. The woman he had taken earlier had been in a care center, forgotten by her family. When he showed up, she cried tears of relief. Death showed her the pathway with a light heart, grateful to help someone who truly wanted it.
A doe was drinking from the lake. The sun was rising behind her, casting her in shades of orange and red. She raised her head and looked at me. The water that fell from her mouth looked like drops of gold. We just stared at each other. Her beautiful brown eyes were so large and warm. I felt like I knew her, like we were friends somehow. A noise startled her, and she bounced away. But for that one moment, we were connected.
"That's beautiful, Devon," Nyra breathed. "I've never seen a deer. I'll bet it was amazing."
It was,
Death agreed, remembering how he felt when he had seen the memory.
one of the most amazing things I have ever experienced.
Nyra shook her head with an appreciative sigh. "How incredible." Death smiled at the wistful look in her eyes. Her beauty was in subtle shades. The kindness that colored her eyes, the warmth that rounded her smile, the honesty of her voice, and the truth in every look. Death had never met anyone like her. She stole the breath he didn't have to take. His heart beat in rhythms with hers whenever he entered the room. He felt real, alive, like he mattered when she looked at him the way she did, like he was the only person on earth. He was used to feeling the opposite. Nobody saw him until lately. Nyra had turned his entire existence on its head. "Do you know what bread smells like?" he asked. She laughed, taken aback by the question out of the blue. "I used to," she said. "It's been a very long time." He smiled. "It's my favorite smell in the entire world. So warm and rich, like warm bread." "Not a good analogy," she pointed out, her smile filled with laughter. "Oh, right." Death gave a self-conscious shrug. "I guess I don't have anything to compare it to, but it's still my favorite." Before she could get curious about his response, he rushed on. "I can just imagine that not smelling anything would be so frustrating." "Touching is worse." Nyra blushed and ducked her head, as though the admission had come by accident. Death stepped around the bed toward her. "Don't do that," he said gently. "Don't do what?" Nyra asked without looking up. Death stopped in front of her. "Don't hide from me like that. You can talk to me honestly. Don't feel embarrassed about telling me." His tone was soft, encouraging. The warmth in his voice made her head lift, but she kept her eyes on the floor. "I miss being able to touch anyone." Death watched her, his expression kind. "I can imagine how hard it must be," he said gently. She nodded. "It was long ago," she said, her tone wistful. "But that was another life entirely." She finally met his gaze. "I shouldn't be telling you." "Who am I going to tell?" he asked. He stood only a foot from her, the closest he had allowed himself to get since she almost touched his face. "Your secrets are safe with me," he said. Her gaze held his. There was something in her green eyes that kindled an answer in his soul. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted things he had never had. A true, honest, deep relationship with another person. With her. He lifted a hand without knowing it. Her chin raised slightly, and she closed her eyes. He was about to put a hand on her jaw, that perfect place along the neck and the curve of her face that begged to be held. He was about to pull her to him, to kiss her deeply and tenderly, to answer the yearning in his soul. Barely a millimeter waited between his fingers and her skin when he caught himself. He took a step back with his heart in his throat. He stared at his hand in the perfect hue of her skin. He had almost touched her. He didn't even know if he could touch an angel, but if he did, what then? He was death. His touch meant the end of life for those he encountered. "Except when you're living," the voice in the back of his head reminded him. "But she's an angel," he argued, staring at her for what felt like centuries when it was only the space of 2 breaths, enough time for his heart to shatter into a million pieces. "I'm death. Even if my touch doesn't kill her, her life will be ruined. What am I thinking?" I'm sorry," he stuttered. He stumbled around Gregan's bed and ran to the door. He fumbled with the handle, then flung the door open and hurried down the hall. People stared in his wake. Then, back at the empty doorway Nyra stood in, watching him go. Chapter 22. Angel. Nyra felt as though her soul left with Devon. He had almost kissed her. That knowledge pulsed through her, beating within her as if she had a heartbeat. She had wanted to be kissed, had believed that he could do it. For the barest moment, she believed she would feel the brush of his lips against hers. She sang inside and couldn't stop smiling. With Gregan, love had come gradually. She had come to love him through the way he treated his neighbors, and the way his laughter made those around him join in. She loved the way he courted Betsy, opening her door and telling her sweet things whenever they were together. She loved his smile and the laughter in his eyes. With Devon, it was different. Something in his gaze captured her the first day he walked into the room. When he sat by the bed,
Her soul had gone out to him, but when he looked up and met her eyes, she felt as though everything within her had changed. She thought about him every moment he was gone, and in the brief times he was at Gregan's side, she wanted him to stay as long as possible, just so she could look at him, watch the intricacies of his smile, and the way it creased his face as though he had never smiled before. He acted as though each time they spoke was a rare and special occasion, as if he too had gone what felt like forever without having a meaningful conversation. Sometimes she felt like he came to see her instead of Gregan, but chased those thoughts away as foolishness. Of course he was concerned about his brother. She was just fortunate he cared so much. There was something in his gaze that grew every time he looked at her. At first she hadn't dared to believe it, but she had seen enough romances in her time as guardian angel to know the truth. There was love in Devon's eyes when he looked at her. It showed in his gray gaze when he told her memories. It surfaced in his smile and warmed the tones of his voice. Devon loved her. She didn't know what could happen between an angel and a human. All she knew was that every part of her sang when he was in the room. Yet Devon was as lost as she was. There was something so haunted in the depths of his eyes and in his expression when he thought she wasn't looking. Devon had experienced hard things. That much was obvious. She wanted very badly to help him past them, to help him smile more, to help him see the world the way she did. She wanted to be the reason for his happiness. Nyra watched down the hallway, daring to admit to herself once and for all that she loved Devon from the depths of her soul. Chapter 23. Death. Death faded from living into not living as he walked down the road without knowing where he was going. He found himself on the subway again, his thoughts scattered by the never-ending shift of people around him. Those who sat on his seat quickly moved, though no one was there. The few who stood near him got out of the car as quickly as possible. Death didn't notice. He sat with his head buried in his hands. He saw Nyra's face again and again, her lips turned toward him, her eyes closed. There was trust on her face. No one trusted death. He got off at the next stop and wandered up the stairs and down a street. He didn't care where he was going. The names on his arm burned, but he ignored them. He walked through the day until night came again. The questions that raced through his mind didn't ease with nightfall. He slowly changed into living form, his footsteps falling quietly against the dull echo of dreary buildings. "Who am I?" Death asked quietly aloud. "What did I do to deserve an angel?" He shook his head. "I don't. She would know that the second I touched her, if she lived through it." He blinked to fight back tears. His eyes burned, his chest ached, and he felt as if every step cost him something important. "Look out!" a man yelled. Death glanced up in time to see a young girl in the middle of the road. Time slowed around Death. Forms blurred. Every heartbeat felt like the toning of a grandfather clock. The little girl's mother stood on the sidewalk, one hand to her mouth and the other reaching for her daughter. "Mallory!" The name that came from the mother burned with recognition on Death's arm. The girl had long brown hair and wide eyes that blinked at the car rushing toward her. The driver of the vehicle slammed on his brakes, but there was no way he would stop in time. Everyone stood frozen the way they had when Zachary Varnes was stabbed. Death stepped onto the road before he knew what he was doing. His arm throbbed in defiance of his actions. He grabbed the little girl and spun, pushing her back toward her mother. The car hit him with the force of an explosion. He was hurled backward, and when the car stopped, he was flung onto the asphalt. It bit into his arms and legs like 1,000 angry ants. His arm ached, and blood flowed down his head. He put a hand to it and felt a deep gash across the side of his forehead. "Don't move," someone said. Another person spoke quickly into a cell phone. Death felt a rush of déjà vu, his blurry thoughts recalling the same actions when Gordon went down with a heart attack. Gentle hands pressed a cloth to his forehead. "Can you hear me?
a woman asked. She touched his arm, but it hurt and he winced. It's definitely broken, she said gently. Try not to move it. Death attempted to focus on her face. He blinked and the world swam. An ambulance is on its way, a man said, dropping to his knees on Death's other side. He gave Death a tight smile. His eyebrows pinched together with worry. Hang in there. I've never seen anyone do something like that, a voice whispered. That was amazing. He saved that little girl. Death turned his head far enough to see the mother and the little girl on the sidewalk. The woman's arms shook and tears flowed down her cheeks. Mallory clutched her mother as if she would never let her go. Death breathed out a sigh of relief and closed his eyes against the pain. Stay with me, buddy, the man called, but Death was already gone. Lights checkered past. Death frowned, then winced at the pain in his head. Commotion whirled around him. He glanced to the right and saw a nurse pushing the bed. A glance to the other side revealed the same thing. Someone pumped an oxygen mask over his mouth. He struggled, but hands held him down. His arm throbbed, and something was wrong with his leg. It didn't feel right, and the angle definitely wasn't normal. There was something he needed to remember about the hospital. He tried to think, but his head ached too badly. He lifted a hand to it, but someone caught his arm and forced it back down. A feeling ran over him. He looked in a doorway they passed in time to meet a pair of green eyes, surrounded by a halo of golden hair. A doctor dropped something and the bed paused. Nyra's eyes widened with recognition. She took a step toward Death, then her gaze shifted to his arm. He looked down and saw the names written there. Gregan Parker's was the darkest at the top of the list. Her face went pale. Nyra knew he was Death. He read the heartache and loss in her eyes when she realized it. The bed was pushed forward. Nyra followed behind. Death could feel her watching him. These wounds are healing, a nurse said in surprise. What is this? A doctor exclaimed. Nyra knew who he was. He had lied to her, hid the truth from her. She would never trust him again. Death fought for breath, then reminded himself he didn't need it. It was too much. Using a strength far greater than his body should have had in its current state, Death shrugged free of the hands and sat up. His right leg repaired itself as he reached for the floor. He rose, stumbled slightly, then forced his body upright and walked away from the gaping nurses and doctors. He wiped the blood from his forehead and met Nyra's eyes. Fear and disbelief battled so many other emotions in her gaze. Death's heart stuttered. He put a hand to his chest and ducked his head. The steps he took away from Nyra were the hardest. By the time he reached the hospital doors, tears were streaming down his cheeks. He turned a corner and disappeared before the hospital staff could find him. Chapter 24. Angel. Nyra wanted to run after him and curl into a corner crying at the same time. Everything made sense, yet it was all different. All she had come to believe crashed around her the moment she saw the names written on Devon's arm. When the doctors and nurses rushed him down the hall, she felt it. She had hurried to the door, wondering what drew her there. When she saw Devon on the bed covered in blood and looking panicked and in pain, everything stopped. She wanted to go to him, to hold him and tell him everything was going to be all right. She was a comforter, a guardian. Even if he wasn't hers to protect, she would do what she could to help him because she loved him. Then she saw the names on his arm, the same names he had shown her as Death. Gregan's name was the darkest, etched painfully in bold letters at the top. When she read his name, her whole world came crashing down around her. He was Death. Devon was Death. The black specter who threatened Gregan's life was the same man who sat beside the bed in mourning. Why had he visited Gregan's bedside? Why torment her with the fear that he would take Gregan away? She knew deep down why he came back. It was in his eyes every time he looked at her. Even as Death, his callous ways had softened. He admitted that she had changed him. He had acted so lost and confused. Yet he had changed her too. In revealing himself as Death, Devon had shaken her to the core. He had seen the way the truth shocked her. He had run because he knew she feared death for Gregan's sake. Everything she knew about him clashed together, yet one truth remained. His name was the only lie he had ever told her. The truth had been in his eyes, those lost, searching, haunted gray eyes that stayed the same whether he was Death or Devon. Why hadn't she seen it? Her soul rang with the truth, even as she ached at all she had learned. She buried her face in her hands. He was gone. He was never coming back. Chapter 25. Death. There was something about the subway that always drew him back. Maybe it was the way people sat next to total strangers in companionable silence, and he could pretend he was one of them. Maybe the whirlwind of emotions and sound helped chase away his torment. Maybe brushing elbows with people in the peak of life, always rushing somewhere, made him feel more alive. Whatever drew him, his feet made it there before the feeling of being alive faded. He hunched on a bench. Misery clouded his thoughts, and sadness filled the ache in his chest. He saw Nyra's expression over and over again in his mind. The fear on her face ate at him like nothing else. He had hoped, and in desperation prayed that of all people, she would be the one who didn't fear him, who saw him as a being with hopes and feelings, something he hadn't been until he met her. He was overwhelmed with thoughts of his own sins, of the women he had been with, of the things he had done when he was in his living form. As Death, he had never thought of consequences. His existence was never ending, a continuous shift from soul-taking to pretending to live, experiencing whatever rush he could manage before his body faded and he became the Reaper once more. He was suddenly aware of the ground swaying beneath his feet. That was wrong. He shouldn't have been able to feel the sway. He should have faded from his living form. He sat up slowly. Tears he hadn't been aware he was crying made trails down his cheeks. His shirt was damp. He looked around. Others in the subway car watched him, not with the fear of someone staring in the face of death, but with the unease of watching a stranger cry in a subway car. He took a shuddering breath and wiped his face with what remained of his sleeve. He looked down at his shirt. It was still torn from the accident. The blood was gone, but his shirt and pants were in tatters. He looked as homeless as he felt. Nyra had become his home. Somehow over the course of their time together, she had become his safe place, the place where he felt the most like himself, or who he hoped he was beneath the shadow of his job. He had to get back to her. He stood, then grabbed a bar when the subway car lurched. Someone held his shoulder, supporting him. Another took his arm and helped him sit again. He looked at them, amazed as much that they touched him as by the concern on their faces. "You look like you could use a break, son," an elderly man with knowing eyes said. He gestured toward the bench with his cane. "You were there quite a while." A mother with 2 young children nodded, her eyes warm, though she kept her children safely on her lap. It's been a rough day," Death explained hesitantly. "Everyone has those days," a young woman of about 18 said. She gave him a smile that was cute and flirty. "You'll get through it, and things'll be better." She toyed with a strand of her long black hair. He saw himself in her eyes and was surprised at the image they reflected. He looked like a young man who was down on his luck, not the glowering, haughty Death who stole women's hearts with a smile. There was scruff on his chin, and his hair hung long and unkempt, but such was the style of the current generation. His clothing was torn, but it was obvious they had been nice. If he didn't know himself, he would mistake the young man in her eyes for someone who had gotten mugged or thrown out of his girlfriend's apartment. Both would explain the crying if he was truly down on his luck. He fought back a wry smile and nodded. "Thank you," he told them. "I appreciate your concern. I'll be all right." He turned back to the window. The answer stared at him through heartbroken gray eyes. He wasn't all right. Without Nyra, he was nothing, empty, a vessel with nothing inside. He put a hand to his chest, but his heart refused to beat. He blinked back more tears. His hand clenched into a fist. He wasn't worthy of her. She deserved far better than whatever he could offer. But she was all he could think about. He leaned his head against the glass as images of her swirled through his mind. He saw her as he had that first day, a fierce protector of the man she guarded. His heart had beat for the first time beneath her glare. His mouth twisted in a sad smile when his heart gave a small, forlorn thud, then fell silent again. An ache choked his throat so hard he couldn't force it down. The subway car slid to a stop and the doors opened with a small hiss. He rose to his feet.
Go to her, dude.
Death looked down at a man with dreadlocks and sunglasses. The man smiled up at him from his seat on the bench.
Anyone with that look is determined to go back to something.
He looked meaningfully at Death's clothes.
I take it money isn't of meaning to you, and you're too young to live your job like it's life or death, so it must be a woman. You go to her and never let her go again. Trust me, any woman worth that look is worth fighting for.
A surge of warmth rushed through Death in answer. He nodded. I will. He ran through the doors and up the stairs from the subway, then stopped. How was it every time he exited the subway, he found himself in front of the hospital? He let out a breath of astonishment and walked toward the doors. His steps slowed. Everything felt strange. He was living when he should have been ghosting through the world as Death, taking the souls named on his arm. He glanced down at the list. The names glared back at him, dark and angry for being ignored. He leaned against the doors. He couldn't take anyone else. He couldn't stand the pain of forcing them from their loved ones, no matter if they were willing or not. He saw the consequences of his actions, the hurt of the people left behind, the memories that were a tapestry of each soul, and the future hung with infinite possibilities. He didn't want to take that away anymore. Because of Nyra, he wanted everyone to live. He closed his eyes. He was Death without the will to kill. He stumbled into Gregan's room. Nyra stood as though waiting for him. He couldn't read the expression on her face. You've laid me bare, taken everything from me. I have nothing left. Death collapsed into Nyra's arms. She held him close, feeling him, really feeling him, as she hadn't felt anyone for so long. She bent her head and kissed his tears, her lips gentle against his cheeks. I'm so lost, Death choked out. If you have to take him... Death recoiled at the pain in her voice. No, I'm not taking anyone anymore. He pulled up his tattered sleeve, revealing the list of names. Your list is full? She said in a whisper. What happens when it's full? He shook his head. His hair hid his face from view. I don't know. Nyra slid her hand into his, staring at the sensation of her fingers entwined with his. I want to show you something. Chapter 26. Angel. Death looked around at the roses and ferns, daisies and tulips that lined the walkway. Nyra wondered if he felt the peace she did, the same peace that ran up her arm from the hand he held and that flowed through her when he met her gaze. It had been so long since she had touched someone that she couldn't stop staring at their entwined fingers. Her arm tingled pleasantly. She couldn't stop smiling. She spoke softly. I come here instead of the place of accounting. Death frowned slightly as though something was wrong about that. Why? She refused to meet his gaze. I can't go there anymore. Tears touched Nyra's eyes when Death took her chin gently in his fingers. The care he used was so heartfelt. It was as if he worried he would hurt her. His hands were so gentle. Nyra, why can't you go there anymore? Nyra didn't want to tell him, but his gray eyes pleaded with her. holding her still when everything felt as if it crashed around her. I'm a guardian angel. My job, as you put it, is to protect the person I'm assigned to and guide them only. She blinked in an effort to keep the tears from falling. I broke my oath when I asked you not to take Gregan's life. Death gave a small smile. You didn't ask me, he said softly, cupping her chin in his palm. You flat out forbade me. No one had ever talked to me like that before. Nyra gave the barest hint of a smile in return. I suppose I was a bit forceful. He choked back a laugh. Forceful? I'm Death, and I was afraid you'd kill me if I touched him. They stared at each other. Death had put the truth in the open, stating it deliberately. I'm Death. He watched her warily, unsure how she would respond. There was something in your eyes, she admitted. My eyes? Death repeated, unsure where she was going. She nodded and told him the truth. You might be all scary and glowering, but your eyes said I could trust you if I could get you to say you would wait. Death stared at her. But in waiting, I've ruined your life. What life? She asked, waving her hand around the garden. Life is going on around me, but I'm merely a spectator. I don't matter in all of this. Her voice choked off and she turned away. Death put a hesitant hand on her shoulder. You mattered to me, he said softly. You found the humanity in me I didn't dare believe existed. She looked up at him at the same time that a couple rounded the corner. They laughed and held on to each other, obviously a bit inebriated. Death watched with emotionless eyes, sure the couple was going to walk right through Nyra. The woman ran into Nyra. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't see you standing there, she exclaimed, brushing off Nyra's shirt as though running into her had left some sort of debris. I must be a bit tipsy, the woman said. She leaned against the man. He laughed and helped her around the pair. Their laughter followed them around a wall and out of sight. Nyra stared after them. Did that just happen? She asked, her voice trembling. She touched her shoulder where the woman had brushed past her. Her fingers felt the fabric up and down, touching cloth for the first time in so many years. Death caught her hand. I know how it feels, he said, when she continued to stare after the couple. Death tipped her face gently toward him. I know how it feels, he stressed. Her eyebrows drew together and he nodded. Since I've been around you, I started to feel things again. He opened his arms. I shouldn't be here right now, in living form. You changed something for me. In living form, Nyra repeated. She touched her first finger and thumb together, then reached up and ran her fingers over the scruff on Death's jaw. He closed his eyes. Nyra traced his face, memorizing the feeling of his skin beneath her fingers. She touched his lips, then paused. She rose onto her tiptoes and kissed him gently on the lips. She felt his body go completely still. Then a sigh escaped him, and he kissed her back. His kiss melted into her, caressing her soul, soothing the raging thoughts in her mind, filling her with all the moments he had longed for. The passion, the connection, the rightness of one soul choosing another. After several long minutes, Nyra stepped back. A smile spread across her face, slowly at first, then parting her lips. You're incredible. Death shook his head. I shouldn't have done that. I did it, she said. She put a hand along his jaw, in the exact place he had longed to touch her earlier. She read the truth in his eyes, his honest, bare, stark, gray eyes. Death wanted to hold her, yet at the same time, wanted to hide from the honesty and trust that spoke through her fingers. He felt as though he didn't deserve her love. I love you, she said in a whisper. The truth in the words surged through her body with warmth and strength. He stared at her, denial and hope bright in his eyes. How can you? He asked, his voice breaking. Because I know who you really are, she said. It was the truth. He hadn't hidden anything from her. She knew what he could be, who he was, and what he fought down because of the painful reality of his job. I love you. He closed his eyes as though afraid such an admission would destroy him. She touched his face, willing him to open his eyes again. When he did, he stared down at her with amazement and wonder bright in his gaze. I love you, Nyra. She stared up at the love in his eyes, willing herself to accept that she deserved such an expression. He took her hand and drew it to his chest. Do you feel that? He asked quietly. She nodded, watching him and unable to speak. You made my heart beat, he whispered. I was nothing without you, a heartless fiend, a job without a face. I performed my duties because there was nothing else. It was all I knew. I never questioned, never held any guilt. The last few words were the hardest to get out. He swallowed. Never knew how wrong I was until now. She could tell he didn't want to say the rest, but he forced out, I'm not good for you. I will only bring you sorrow. She shook her head and smiled up at him. You've given me so much happiness. I can't even begin to thank you. Death bowed his head, unwilling to believe it. It's because of me that you can't be a guardian angel anymore. Nyra's voice was quiet when she replied, I don't want to be a guardian angel anymore. I want to be with you. Chapter 27. Death. The truth in her words stole Death's resolve. He dared a quick glance at her. The love that shone through her eyes ate away his doubts. He nodded once, then again. A hesitant smile touched his lips. Run away with me. Gladly. It felt fitting to take Nyra on the subway. So much had changed for Death. He breathed because he had to. His heart beat without hesitation, and his lungs demanded to be filled. Nyra's hand in his kept him anchored. He traveled through the city as if seeing it for the first time. People laughed and talked around them. They no longer avoided sitting near Death. Instead, it seemed as if the benches closest to them were soon crowded with others, drawn in by Nyra's charm and beauty. She could make any child smile and drew a laugh from the most depressed men. By the time the subway pulled up to their destination, people were calling farewell and wishing them good luck in their journey. I've never felt so alive, Nyra exclaimed with her hand at the crook of Death's elbow and a smile on her face so bright it filled him with joy every time he looked at her. You're amazing, he said because he couldn't help himself. You're the amazing one, she replied. You made this happen. Death led her slowly through the trees of his favorite park. The sun was setting, casting the air in shimmering gold, while leaves waved at them in the gentle evening breeze. It was quiet beneath the trees, a sanctuary in the heart of the city. Can we live like this? Nyra asked, her voice soft. I would live 100 lifetimes like this, Death replied. She smiled and leaned against his shoulder as they walked. He soaked in the feeling of her hand on his arm, tracing the broken pattern of his shirt sleeve. You need new clothes. He smiled. I've never bought clothes before. Neither have I. Excitement touched her words. Do you think I can get a job? Death laughed. On impulse, he picked her up and spun her around. Nyra, with that smile, you could get whatever job you want. He drew her in close and kissed her soundly. When he set her down, she leaned against his arm again, humming softly as they wandered through the trees. Where are we going? She asked. He gave her a warm smile. Trust me. They came to a small diner where Death had taken a few souls over the years. The people who ate there always spoke about how good it was. That was why he came back. He led Nyra inside, and soon they were seated at a booth near one of the corner windows. The view overlooked the trees at the edge of the park. A mother walked past, holding hands with two little twin girls. Their laughter was audible through the window. Nyra's smile faded and was replaced with a thoughtful look. What does it feel like to have a heartbeat? She asked softly. It's been so long, I don't remember. Death looked at her, really looked at her, before he answered. You miss having a heartbeat? She nodded. The lamp overhead reflected in her distant gaze. I do. She smiled down at the table, remembering. I remember nursing school. Taking care of others meant so much to me. Death stared at her, willing his heart to stop pounding so loud. What I mean. He frowned at his hands clenched in front of him on the table. He didn't remember bringing them there, but the skin was white where his fingers pressed, something that had never happened before. Do you remember what it was like being alive? She nodded, and he felt the whisper of quiet hope he had always harbored shattered against his chest. If she remembered being alive, being a living, breathing person, that meant he truly had never been. Once in a great while, when he allowed himself to question his purpose or his origin, he had entertained the thought that maybe he had been a real person once. Maybe he had fit in among them instead of always outside. That thought had carried him through to the next day. And then there was another list, another set of souls to steal, pleasures to obtain from whatever source he could during his brief hour of living. And then the darkness. It was false. All of it. He had never been alive. He bowed his head. I never deserved it anyway. Are you all right? Nyra asked gently. Death looked up at her with a haunted gaze. You shouldn't be with me. I've done bad things. Her eyes creased at the corners and she looked like she was about to laugh. You're the angel of death, she said as though that should explain everything. Death leaned over the small table and grabbed her by the shoulders. He looked her intensely in the eyes. She had to understand. He had to make sure she knew who she was with. Listen to me, Nyra. I'm not an angel of anything. I am death and everything that means. He sat back, suddenly ashamed of how he had spoken to her, of touching her at all. He needed to leave, but her voice stopped him. Then who put you there? She asked. There was no judgment in her voice, only a current of understanding that undermined the fear he wished to put into her, to chase her away from him so he wouldn't hurt her like he did everyone else. He met her gaze, his words soft, his soul, or whatever he had, left laid bare for her, because he had nothing left. No one. The ache in his words told of the loss he kept inside, his loneliness, his guilt. He couldn't meet her gaze anymore. Her eyes held everything, and he was nothing. He closed his eyes, shutting her out. I'm just death. That's all there is to me. Soft fingers touched his chin, drawing his face up. He couldn't withstand her, even now. He opened his eyes reluctantly. I don't believe that, she said, her voice soft and firm at the same time. When I look into your eyes, I don't believe that at all. Why not? He whispered, needing to understand with every bit of his being. His heart cried out to be heard. Every beat sent pain through his limbs. He blinked back tears. She spoke in a voice quiet enough for only him to hear. I see your soul through your eyes, and it's beautiful. Even when the doctors were operating on Gregan, and you reached out to take him, I saw something there that said I could trust you. I don't regret giving you that trust, and I never will. Her words thrummed through him and around him, soothing jagged edges and giving him something to hold on to. Even if they were only words, she had spoken them and she believed them. Death held on to her belief like a lifeline. If she could think such things of him, maybe somehow the tiniest part of it could be true. If that was the case, maybe his hope wasn't destroyed. He rubbed his eyes in an effort to wipe away tears before they could give away the true depth of his pain and relief. She caught his hand, then brushed away one last tear with the tip of her fingers. Nyra's warm smile nearly melted Death's heart. The last time I heard, Death doesn't cry. He's mean and scary and doesn't have a caring bone in his body. There's no use confronting Death. The souls he takes are just his job, not people. Her smile softened her words, turning them so that Death smiled in return. She pulled his arm toward her and pushed the sleeve back to reveal the names. If I'm not mistaken, she continued, This contradicts everything I've heard about death. He rubbed a hand self-consciously over the names. They ached less than they did before. He wondered what that meant.
Coffee?
Both turned at the waitress's voice. Death slid his arm away and pulled the sleeve back down before she noticed the names. Her tag read Doreen. When he noticed it, his arm gave a slight throb. He glanced down and saw the name Doreen Daly written just below Gordon's darker one. He let out a slow breath. "Orange juice," he said, remembering at the last minute to finish with, "Please." Nyra requested the same, and when the waitress walked away, she raised an eyebrow questioningly. "Death uses the word please?" He shrugged and gave her a charming smile. It was close to the one he used to get whatever he wanted, but the edges were softened, and the light in his eyes carried a hint of uncertainty. "I guess that's what happens when you hang out with an angel." "So if I start acting all scary and swaggering around like I own the place, watch out," Nyra said. She tried a fierce glower, but it only made him laugh. "I don't swagger," he informed her. Her lips pursed, and a dimple showed in her right cheek. "You're sure about that?" He chuckled again. "You're hard on my self-esteem." "Somebody has to be," she replied. The waitress brought 2 cups of orange juice. Death took a tentative sip. A smile broke across his face. "This is amazing." Nyra set hers back down, her expression discomfited. "You can't taste it?" Death guessed, his heart falling. She shook her head, but ran a finger down the condensation. "No, but it's cold. Do you know how long it's been since I felt cold?" She smiled up at him, true joy in her eyes. "We'll go," Death said suddenly. "If you can't taste it, I don't want to eat." She grabbed his hand and pulled him back down. He stared at her, amazed that anyone dared touch him like that. "You are getting a meal, and that's that, so stay here." One side of him wanted to argue, but the other noted that the smells in the diner definitely warranted a try of the menu. If orange juice could taste so good, what else had he been missing out on? He ordered a grilled cheese sandwich with a pickle on the side. When the waitress left, he found Nyra watching him with a bemused smile. "What?" he asked self-consciously. "You can have anything here, and you order from the kids' menu?" He shrugged and gave an embarrassed grin. "I've overheard several people say that grilled cheese sandwiches are the best in the world." "And how old were these people?" His grin widened. "Rather youngish." She laughed, and for that moment, everything felt right. Death stared at her, caught himself staring at her, and continued staring. She was so perfect, so beautiful, so sweet, and yet she was at the diner with him, laughing and joking as if they had been friends for years. He felt a tremor of worry that the moment would disappear forever. He pushed the feeling aside, determined to soak in every second he could get with her. If something went terribly wrong, at least he had his moment to remember. When the grilled cheese sandwich arrived, he studied it as though half expecting it to walk off the yellow plate. "Go on," Nyra urged. He picked up one triangle-shaped section, then felt her gaze. "Don't watch," he said. She laughed at his expression. Several people turned from other tables to look at them. "You're like a little boy," she said. He nodded. "Little boys don't like to be stared at," he told her with mock seriousness. "You're making me nervous." "Very well," she gave in with another laugh. She turned so that she was facing the table behind them. "But it's going to be just as good as you're hoping it is." Death took a bite and couldn't muffle the sigh that escaped him as melted cheese, butter, and sourdough bread met his tongue. "That is amazing," he said, his mouth full. She giggled and he looked up to find her watching him. A glance around showed onlookers from many of the other tables as well. "I said that quite loud, didn't I?" he asked. He felt his cheeks heat up, something he wasn't used to. "Yes," she agreed. She put a hand to his face as though she couldn't help the urge to touch him. "But a blush is very becoming on you." When he ducked his head, her smile softened. "I'm glad it's as good as they said it would be." He looked up at her. "I wish you could taste it." She shrugged as though it didn't matter, but there was a hint of longing in her eyes. It's all right. I'm just happy to be with you. A thought occurred to him. He motioned for the waitress. Can I get a to-go box? At Nyra's confused look, he smiled. Just wait and see. The waitress brought back a styrofoam box and a piece of paper. That'll be $6.75. I'll be your cashier when you're ready. Death felt his heart drop into his shoes. He had completely forgotten about payment. Nothing was free. Above anyone, he should have remembered that. Nyra watched him with a helpless look. He was about to take the receipt to the front and explain that he had forgotten his money, when an older couple paused at their table. A man with sparse hair and twinkling eyes took the receipt from Death's hand. If you don't mind, we'd like to take care of that. His wife leaned over his arm.
You two are such a cute couple. We come to this diner every Friday, and it made our day to watch you.
She squeezed Nyra's hand, and the man patted Death on the shoulder. Take care of yourselves, he said. His wife took his arm, and they walked to the front of the diner together. That was unexpected, Nyra said. How sweet! She turned to find Death watching them. He stood and offered her his arm as the man had done for his wife. They walked quietly to the front and past the couple paying at the desk. Death glanced at the man's credit card. Jean Varney was stamped across the front in worn letters. Death's arm gave a twinge. He didn't have to look down to know Jean's name was the next on his list. Smiling and a little confused by all that was happening, Death carried his to-go box and led Nyra across the park to an enclosure at the far end. Her eyes lit up when she saw where they were going. Ice skating? She said excitedly. I've always wanted to go. Death's smile fumbled a little when he saw the clerk accepting payment and handing out skates before anyone could step into the rink. But the clerk waved them by when they neared. The woman in front of you had a double coupon. You guys are taken care of, he explained. What size of skates do you need? Death searched the group of people stepping tentatively onto the ice. A woman with long red hair was helping a young girl tie her ice skates. The woman smiled up at him. Images flooded Death's mind. Rachel Minton. The name lingered in his head and tingled along his arm as he saw a young mother holding a baby with bright blue eyes. The baby put its hand on the mother's cheek. Rachel smiled down at her little one, but there were tears in her eyes. The viewpoint moved slowly around the room. Flowers and vases sat on several spaces, a worn countertop, an end table with cup rings circled into the wood, and a coffee table with a folded blue piece of paper on top. Death's heartbeat slowed at the picture on the front of the paper. A sharp-looking young man in a suit smiled in the black and white photograph. Underneath it were the words, Darius Minton, husband, brother, father. Death didn't have to see inside to know the words of the obituary. He saw them in Rachel's eyes. She had loved Darius with all her heart. Death remembered taking him away, a young man killed by a mugger desperate for cash. Darius had taken care of her, but now she was alone. Not alone, Death reminded himself. She had her blue-eyed little girl. If he took her like the list on his arm demanded, the little girl would be the one alone. A hand on his arm shook Death back to the present. He stared at Nyra, wide-eyed. His heart hammered in his chest as he fought to catch his breath. Are you all right? She asked. He nodded, but couldn't force any words out. He watched Rachel help her little girl onto the ice. With her hand clutched firmly in her mother's, the little girl moved her feet back and forth, creating little scritch-scritch sounds as the blades of her ice skates cut swaths of snow. Good job, Tabitha. Now push off like this. He needs to know your shoe size, Nyra said, gently, bringing Death's attention back. At his look, Nyra gave the clerk a warm smile. We need a minute. She led Death to a bench in the corner. He kept his eyes on the pair. What is it about them that bothers you? Nyra's concern brought Death's head around. He frowned, thinking of her question. He shook his head. They don't bother me. It's just... How could he tell her that Rachel was on his list? Before he met Nyra, he never would have hesitated about taking anyone, Now, the consequences of such actions upset him, even though he was done. He put his head in his hands. "You can tell me," Nyra said. She rubbed his back, her fingers tracing gentle patterns along his shirt. It was surprisingly comforting. Death found himself giving in before he knew it. "I was supposed to take her," he admitted, his voice gruff in his agony. "I wouldn't have cared. I would have just touched her and she'd be gone." "The little girl?" Nyra asked. "Her mother," Death explained without looking up. "She's a single mom whose husband died right after Tabitha was born." His hands clenched into fists. "I remember taking him." Nyra was quiet for a few minutes. Sure that he was going to finally see the judgment on her face, Death tipped his head toward her. Instead, he found her staring down at his arm. He followed her gaze. The names Rachel Minton and Tabitha Minton sat below the name of the old man who had paid for the meal at the diner, Gene Varney. Death put a hand over the names. He clenched his fingers tight, willing the names to disappear, wishing they would vanish and leave him alone instead of throbbing and reminding him what he ran away from. "You didn't do it," Nyra said. She set her hand on top of his. After a minute, he gave in and allowed her to take his hand away. The names on his arm stood white against the red outline of his fingers. "They're all right," she continued. She ran her fingers down the names. A shiver ran along Death's spine at her touch. The throbbing eased. He looked back at Rachel and Tabitha. They looked so happy on the ice. Rachel skated backwards and Tabitha took tiny steps with her hands in her mom's. It was picture perfect. He closed his eyes, holding the image in his mind. "They're okay because of you," Nyra whispered in his ear. His eyes opened and he looked at her. "These names are still on your arm because you didn't take them, right?" At his reluctant nod, she tipped her head toward them. "I'm proud they're still on your arm." His heart gave a little flip in his chest. He pushed a hand to it, feeling it regain a steady rhythm. "Come on, Mr. Reaper. Let's find out your shoe size." She stood and held out a hand. He stared up at her. Something light tickled in his stomach. He couldn't fight back a smile. "Mr. Reaper?" She laughed, a light musical sound. "Not your favorite name?" He chuckled and stood up. "Let's stick with Devin." She rose up on her tiptoes and kissed him. "Devin it is," she said, light dancing in her eyes. She led him back to the desk. He followed in a daze, unsure if it was from his list or her kiss. "He doesn't know his shoe size," Nyra told the clerk. At the clerk's curious look, Death shrugged. "I don't buy shoes often?" It came out sounding like more of a question than a statement. The clerk came back with several pairs of skates. After trying several on, Death settled on the one that felt the least uncomfortable. He stood precariously on the blades and looked down at Nyra as she pulled on hers. "I'm not sure this was a good idea." She rose and walked toward the ice with the grace of someone who had been skating for years. "I'm sure we'll get the hang of it," she said over her shoulder, throwing him a teasing look. He couldn't help grinning as he followed after her. Nyra's poise made him look like a baby just learning to walk. His balance was worse than Tabitha's. He grabbed the wall of the ice rink and eased a foot onto the ice. "This isn't too bad," Nyra exclaimed next to him. She stepped onto the ice and pushed off. Before Death could join her, Nyra's feet slipped and she fell backwards. He dropped to his knees on the ice and caught her before she could hit the ground. She stared up at him with wide eyes. "I guess it's a bit harder than I thought." He stared down at her, his heart thundering in his ears. Her eyes shone as she looked up at him. "I'm beginning to enjoy it," he said. "Oh, you are you?" "Very much," he replied. She smiled up at him and eased herself up carefully. He held her hand tight and stood up gingerly. When they were both standing somewhat steadily, Death looked at her. "All right now, 1 foot at a time." "I feel like a baby," Nyra said. A laugh escaped Death. At her look, he shrugged. "Just what I was thinking before you stepped onto the ice, and I had to save your life." "You didn't save my life," she protested, squeezing his hand. "I think I did. It was a close one." "I like the ice," she pointed out. She slipped again and pulled Death down with her. They both landed with a jarring thud. Death laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Nyra joined him, her nose and cheeks red from the cold. "It likes you too," he forced out when he could talk again. "Yes, it does," she agreed. Skaters flowed around the pair as they made their way to the wall to get up. "I think this is hazardous to my health," Death said, "and that's something I've never worried about before." "We'll get the hang of it," Nyra urged. He gave in, following her close to the wall as she made her way around the rink. By the third circle, they were both doing much better. She smiled up at him. "Thank you for this." "Thank you for trusting me," he said, pulling her close. The action almost sent them both down again. "I think we're done here," he said. She nodded quickly. "I think you're right." Rachel and Tabitha passed them as they made their way back to the entrance. Both of them watched the mother and daughter skate, oblivious to anything but their sweet little world. Nyra's hand tightened in Death's. He smiled and led her to the bench. Chapter 28. Angel. Nyra watched Death eat the grilled cheese sandwich as they walked through the twilight city. The sandwich was cold, but he said it tasted almost as good as it had in the diner. He offered her a bite, but she shook her head and simply enjoyed holding his hand. It was amazing to walk through the city streets with his hand in hers. She felt so complete, as though it was perfectly natural. She glanced at him once in a while, reminding herself that Death was the one beside her. Any fear she should have had was chased away in the warmth of his smile and the way he looked at everything around them as if seeing it for the first time. It was exactly the way she felt. She was amazed at the feeling of the concrete beneath her feet. A breeze brushed past them and toyed with her hair. Death tucked a strand behind her ear. His fingers lingered along her cheek, caressing her skin. She turned her face toward his hand and kissed his palm. He smiled down at her. She saw her reflection in his gaze, her green eyes bright and alive as they hadn't been for so very long. He had given her something so precious. He had helped her find herself again. Chapter 29. Death. "I never knew a day could be so amazing," Death mused aloud. He gave Nyra an embarrassed look. "That was cheesy." She shook her head. "It's exactly how I feel. It was perfect in every way." She leaned her head against his shoulder as they made their way down the stairs to the subway. Death's heart gave a little catch when the gate turned without needing money to pass them through. He pulled Nyra close and walked slowly with her to the tracks. He traced his fingers up and down her arm, enjoying the softness of her skin. He wanted to kiss her again, but worried it would be too forward. "Did you say something?" Nyra asked, looking up at him. The expression on her face was too much to resist. He pressed his lips against hers and felt them part as he kissed her. She smiled against his lips, and he stared into her eyes. Love shone through them, warming him in a rush. "No one can love death," the voice in the back of his mind said. "Shut up," he replied, returning the passion of her kiss as he ran his fingers through her golden hair. A yell, followed by a sharp cry of pain, made him jerk back. He and Nyra turned as one to find the source of the sound. "Help!" the voice repeated. Two women stood on the platform. One waved at them frantically. The hiss of the approaching subway train sounded down the tunnel. Death and Nyra ran toward the women. Death slowed when he saw the man on the tracks. His arm burned and the name Jason Deverett sounded in his mind. The man's legs stuck out at an odd angle beneath him. He moaned and tried to rise, but couldn't put any weight on it. The train was speeding toward him. "There's no time." He let go of Nyra's hand. "Wait here." He ran past the two women and jumped down from the platform onto the tracks. "It's stuck," the man said. He tried to muffle his cries of pain in the sleeve of his jacket. "I can't get it out." Devin, look out!" Nyra cried from the platform. Death glanced at the subway train. It was slowing, but wouldn't stop soon enough. He grabbed Jason's leg and yanked. The man's boot was wedged between the metal rails. It barely budged. Death lifted him, trying to pull the man's leg free of the boot. The train's horn sounded. It was too close. Death looked at Nyra. Love and worry were bright in her gaze. She had used what she was to save Gregan. He could save Jason, but inside, he knew he wouldn't be able to get them both out of the way in time. Nyra's eyes widened when she guessed what he was about to do. Death grabbed Jason and pulled back. The man's boot gave a soft pop as it slid free. Death stumbled on the railing and shoved the man up. Arms grabbed Jason's hands. Death turned. He was afraid. For the first time, Death was afraid of the thing he brought to others. It wasn't the fear of the beyond or any retaliation against his actions he dreaded. He was afraid of leaving Nyra because she was the only person who made him feel like more than just death. He loved her. That was his last thought when the train slammed into him. He let out a breath, her face foremost in his mind. His heart gave one last beat before the darkness that had so long surrounded him took over. Chapter 30. Angel. Nyra heard the bell. Images passed her in a blur as she was pulled toward the place of accounting. She couldn't think. She saw over and over in her mind as the subway train rushed toward Death. She read his gaze before he pulled the man from the tracks. There was acceptance in his eyes and regret. He didn't want to leave her behind. Her eyes burned, but tears wouldn't come. She was in shock, aching and lost.
I've been waiting for you to come.
Nyra blinked and stared down at the young angel behind the desk. He looked back at her, his blue eyes bright.
I found your page.
You found my page? Nyra repeated, her mind numb. He nodded, his golden curls bouncing.
I found it the other day, and I've been waiting for you to come back.
He turned the book to face her. The words barely sank in as she read, Guardian Nyra prompted Melissa Michelson to pull son Matthew from intersection. Prompted Ariane Daniels to swaddle son Tanner so he could sleep. Prompted Nicholas Ryan to help Megan Ryan after car accident.
Did you give these promptings?
The little angel asked the same question he did at every accounting session. Yes, Nyra replied, trying to grasp what was happening. The angel held out his quilled pen.
Please sign below.
With numb fingers, she signed her name in gold ink below the accounts. After it was done, she stared at the page.
Guardian Nyra?
The little angel's voice brought her back. She looked down into his expectant gaze. Yes?
You need to go back to him.
She could only look at him. What did you say? He gave an understanding smile, knowledge deep in his young gaze.
Go back to him. He needs you.
But how? He shook his head gently, cutting off her question.
It's where you need to be.
Are you sure? She asked, unable to understand what was happening. His answering smile reassured her.
I'm sure. Go where you are needed.
She thanked him, her mind reeling, and left the place of accounting. Chapter 31. Death. Death blinked. There was something in the distance that glowed against the darkness. He wanted to go to it with all of his being. He ached to walk toward the light he guided everyone else to. He took a step forward.
Go back.
The voice filled every bit of him to overflowing. He stopped because he couldn't fight it. Tears filled his eyes and he fell to his knees. I want to stay. Memories of his deeds flooded through him, reminding him of his unworthiness to even step in the direction of the light. He bowed his head, hiding his face in his hands.
You have done well, my son.
Death shook his head, but there was no denying the voice. He knew he had sinned. He had taken lives without regret, fulfilling his list without thinking of those he took and the way his actions would affect the people left behind. He had used his living time delving into whatever manner of excitement and feeling he could find. Yet the voice said he had done well. The truth of the voice called for him to believe in himself. He swallowed. Then why must I leave?
Someone is waiting for you,
The voice replied. Death lifted his head. I don't deserve anyone. I spent my life.
A knot tightened in his throat. He fought back tears. I've spent my existence taking people from their lives.
It was your purpose.
Death let out a frustrated breath. But I didn't do it right. I didn't care. He felt as much as heard the love in the voice when it replied.
You do now.
Death nodded. He definitely did, but he didn't understand. I hurt them, he said in a whisper. I was cold, callous. I can't forgive myself for what I did.
Watch.
The voice said simply. A wave of memories filled his mind, but it was different this time. They felt familiar, comfortable. A little boy sat in the middle of a room with bare walls. The wall closest to the door had a big hole in it. He stared at the hole, wondering why he recognized it. The memory flowed backwards. He saw the little boy rise, limp to the door, and pull it open instead of slamming it shut. A black form entered, shouted at the boy, even though there wasn't sound. Death watched the boy fly through the air into the wall. The hole repaired itself. The man picked him up and shook him. There were no tears on the little boy's face. He bit his lip to keep from crying. Death took a shuddering breath. He was biting his lip as well. A surge of realization flowed through him. The memory skipped forward. He saw himself at school. Children surrounded him, taunting him. He had his back to a brick wall. One kid took his backpack and spilled its contents on the ground. The bully said something Death couldn't hear. He saw himself throw a rock at the boy. It hit the bully above the eye, opening a cut. The other children closed in, throwing kicks and punches. In the next memory, he saw himself sitting alone in front of the school. He was older, but he held a disposable cold pack to a black eye. The parking lot was empty, the students and teachers long gone, yet no one drove up. He eventually stood and began the long walk home, even though no one would be there when he got to the house with the bare walls and the hole. The memory rushed forward until he worked at a run-down diner. He gathered up a mess of plates slathered with ketchup and mustard. As he worked on the table, the same students, older now, bumped into him on their way out the door. "Enjoy the tip, loser," the bully shouted. Death looked around the table. Someone had turned a full cup of soda upside down. A few coins and a $1 bill floated in the liquid. It would make a huge mess when he removed it. In the next scene, he slashed the tires of cars in the high school parking lot. He lifted the hoods of the vehicles and cut through all the lines, creating an oily mess. He wiped the grease on his jeans with a look of satisfaction as he walked away. "You don't love anyone," a woman said. She hunched in a chair near a window, her face turned away. "Why should I?" Death heard himself answer. He was older, his gray eyes hard as he ate a bowl of cereal at a stained kitchen table. The woman turned her head, giving him a look of disgust and the chance to see the black eye and the bruise that ran down the side of her face. Death's heart gave a painful twinge, but the man at the table who was him in life didn't flinch. "I'm leaving you," the woman said. The heartache in her voice was real, but the man waved his fingers as though he didn't care. She stood with a huff and stalked to the door. She slammed it behind her. The man watched the door for a few seconds. When it didn't open again, he turned back to his cereal. In the final scene, Death saw himself driving down a dark road far faster than he should. There was an empty bottle on the front seat and a half-empty one in his hand. He had aged, his knuckles scarred, gray in his black hair, and a tremor in his fingers that told of drug use. The man blinked as tears rolled down his face. A woman stepped onto the road. He swerved at the last second, barely missing her. He overcorrected and clipped the bumper of another car while his was sideways. It flipped the car he drove. Death watched the vehicle roll over 3 times before crashing into a convenience store. The driver sat still, blood running down his face and the bottle somehow still in his hand. A form appeared, a dark shadow that detached itself from the others on the midnight street. Death's heartbeat slowed. A hand reached out and touched the driver on the shoulder. The driver's breath escaped in a sigh as his soul left his body. Death knelt with his head bowed as the memories vanished.
He felt as if everything had been taken from him, all the happiness and joy he had experienced with Nyra, and the things he had learned from the people he had let live. Yet a glimmer remained. His heart still beat in his chest. He put a hand to it, remembering Nyra's smile, her belief in him despite knowing who he was. He might not deserve it, but it was there, a constant reminder that he had refused to carry out his job as death because it meant hurting people. He refused to hurt people any longer.
You lived a life you regretted. You were hard-hearted and cruel.
Death felt each word like a dagger through his heart, but it was true. He listened to every syllable.
So you were sent back to bring souls home.
To learn compassion, Death replied softly. The voice filled him completely. It was his world, his thoughts, his everything when it replied.
Yes. Is it our scars that make us who we are, or the way we heal from them?
Death swallowed against a sob. He closed his eyes tight as his heart ached.
Rise, my son. You sacrificed yourself for someone else when you pulled Jason Deverett from the subway tracks. That is the ultimate love. In refusing to take the lives you felt still had a reason to live, you learned compassion, the very reason you became an angel of souls.
He heard the warmth in the voice when it said,
You have proven that you deserve a second chance.
Death's heart beat with the truth of the words. He was filled with warmth, happiness, and joy. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He looked up and said, Thank you. He was surrounded with love. Everywhere he looked, faces he recognized looked down at him, with love shining in their eyes, and matching tears on their cheeks. They were people he knew, people he had touched and shown the path to the gateway. They were grateful for him. The people around him faded away in a swirl of white. He closed his eyes. A smile touched his lips. Death opened his eyes. The silence of the room was broken only by the quiet beeps of machines around him. A hand held his. His fingers tightened. A small intake of breath sounded. The images around him came into focus. Death looked up into a beautiful face, surrounded in a halo of golden hair. Her green eyes filled with tears. Gentle fingers touched his cheek. He blinked. Death, I thought you were gone, Nyra said softly. Her words were thick with emotion. Her gaze held everything, her heartache and pain, her loneliness, her hope and belief, and her love. Her eyes shone bright with tears, and her expression told more than any words. He tried to speak, but no words came out. He swallowed and tried again. Call me Devon. Her smile wrapped him in warmth. She held his hand tight, love shining on her face. He watched her, amazed that anyone could feel that way toward him. He remembered the faces he had seen above and heard the words again in the voice that wrapped him in warmth and love.
Someone is waiting for you.
I love you, Nyra. She gave him the smile that made his heart beat faster and filled him with strength. I love you, Devon. I'm so glad you didn't leave me. Never, he vowed. He smiled up at her. The world moved around them, a steady rush of lives filled with happiness and joy, heartache and pain. Within the small hospital room, words no longer mattered. Death and the angel held hands as tears rolled down their cheeks. Devon watched Nyra, afraid she would disappear. He reminded himself over and over that she would stay with him, that she was the one he had returned for. She smiled down at him, her fingers entwined with his and her other hand on his cheek. I'll always be at your side, she said softly. As my guardian? He asked. She shook her head, her eyes bright. In the silence of her tears, he heard it, the faint but steady beating of her heart. This has been When Death Loved an Angel, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Copyright 2013 by Cheree Alsop. Production copyright 2014 by Cheree Alsop.